Okay. Oops. Send that out. Let's get everything arranged. Hello, everybody. Just getting everything set up. Make sure. Oh, yep, that's why I double check. I wasn't live on YouTube. I'll chat. Here we go.
Hi.
There we go. That's better. I actually have my Discord pulled up on my other screen for once.
Good job.
Yeah. Well, actual correction. I have it pulled up on an entirely separate computer.
Well, if you have enough, why not just use them all?
Yeah. That reminds me. I could actually. I could watch. Try to keep track of chat that way too, but.
Yeah. Also, we have a request.
I think sometime I had to go to IKEA, so I can have a whole like L-shaped desk. Sometime here. That is crooked. No, we don't. You liar.
You did, and then they left.
Oh, now we do have a request.
Oh.
Hi, Neoblade.
Hello.
Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
My age is 18. I'm turning 19 though. So I'm 19, and
Do you disagree with the prompt?
Yeah, there's like, I don't know if there's like a rise in trans people.
Sorry to interject real quick. We didn't get your pronouns that I heard at least. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, I'm still like waking up. It feels like because I woke up at like 8 o'clock, which is like really late for me.
I don't know if there's like a rise of trans people and a rise of intersex people. I don't know what's going on, but it's just a lot of people on TikTok are intersex, which from my knowledge is like quite rare disorder of sexual development.
As many as people who have red hair, first of all. Second of all, this is not a conversation about intersex people. It's a conversation about trans people.
Oh, I just wanted to bring it up because they are part of the LGBTQ, isn't it?
Well, they're the I, technically.
Yeah, but does it say LGBTQIA plus topics on the screen, or does it have a more specific topic?
Transgender stuff, not part of the community. You know?
Part of, it's a specific part of, it's not the entire community. So let's talk about the T, let's not talk about the I.
Yeah, when I'm talking to the trans women and stuff, they say that they're like transitioning to be like intersex female.
Well, I would guess that the percentage of trans intersex people are even smaller.
Yeah, so when they say that, they're actually referring not to being intersex, but rather than having mixed sex characteristics. This was a misconception that I made initially, but to be intersex, you have to be born intersex. So a lot of people will say like, "Oh, I have mixed sex traits, which makes me intersex." But if it's induced by something like HRT, then that would not mean that you're intersex. It just means that you have mixed sex characteristics.
Yeah, they're saying that they're females and stuff, but like, I think that's a stretch. The whole trans topic was something that people didn't really bother talking about like a couple of years ago, but more people were like talking about it now because I think you guys are taking it too far, like respectfully. Um, I'm not trying to be rude, but
What
you
about
guys are
wanting
like,
equal rights is rude?
yeah, we're not equal men and women.
Oh, do you think that we all should be treated equally?
Yes, but
Oh,
so
so then we
we're
are
not
equal.
we're not like okay, we're equal, but we're not the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree. I agree that we're
yeah.
not all the same, but we all are equal as humans. We all have the same rights. We all have the same like duties. We all have the same everything. Um, Generally speaking, like it's this is just something that we all have. So whenever we're trying to say that, you know, whenever people get access to like cisgender affirming care, so like let's say a male with gynecomastia, he gets breast reduction surgery in order to make him
He
feel
could
more.
just lose weight or regulate his hormones
No,
by.
gynecomastia is something that like requires surgery to undo.
Really?
Yeah, it's literally growing breast tissue like as a female would.
But I remember I knew a guy who he was very overweight. He had like what he was eating was making him like that. And
Okay,
yeah.
just to interrupt for misinformation, what you eat cannot give you gynecomastia or prevent you from getting gynecomastia at some point. So that's just something that if you're interested in it, you should do a lot more research before you talk about it. Nobody like claims that what they ate gave them gynecomastia, and being overweight and having fat in your chest is very different than having gynecomastia, which is specifically breast tissue in the chest.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. I had to
Did
talk
you
to
hear anything
someone.
I just said?
No, I'm sorry.
All
I
right, I'm going to
wasn't
repeat
convinced.
myself one more time just so
Yeah,
you hear me
sorry.
this time. One, what you eat cannot prevent you from getting gynecomastia, nor can it give you gynecomastia. And two, there is a big difference between a man with a lot of weight and fat on him who has fat tissue on their chest and somebody who has gynecomastia, which is specifically breast tissue growing on the chest.
Yeah, like that's yeah, okay. You're probably right on that. I was probably confusing the two because when my friend who was like overweight lost the weight, his man boobs disappeared, which may not be gynecomastia.
Yeah, that was just
However,
fat.
like I would say that this is not normal, and I'm noticing like a reduction of testosterone in men. Like men are looking like quite womanly lately. I'm not even trying to be rude. Like their faces are like full and plump, and their hips are like their bums are like bigger, and their waists are bigger, and it's like what's going on? Like
Are you
low
talking about trans
testosterone.
women?
No, no, just men in general. Like males who are saying that they're men. I'm talking about them.
I don't think that there's any like evidence to suggest that our physiology is really changing much right now. That
Have
would
you not noticed?
well, so noticing like it's there's a difference in between like personally experiencing change and like looking at the general population and objectively looking at things such as like the hip bone, width or something like that across the
Well, I'm
board.
talking about like the fat around the hips, like their bums are looking like woman bums, and their hands are not like big really, and they're like also like their voices are not really deep anymore. Like I don't know what is going on, but I'm seeing all of these testosterone adverts all around London as well. Maybe because there's like a reduction of test in men.
I don't think that there's any, like, that there might be some, but I wouldn't say it's
They're
enough to
even
make these
shorter.
huge. Well, no, humans are taller than we've ever been in the past.
Yeah, but I'm 5'9", and a
Okay.
lot of men that I'm talking to are like super short.
Well, like,
Neoblade,
you're just,
I just
it's
sorry, go ahead.
expected to have like really short men. Like there's I don't know if you know of what's like a normal distribution graph, but like there's a normal distribution of the heights of man. Like I could pull this up and show you that it's expected that like 1% of the males are gonna be like below a certain height, and like 1% when you're talking about seeing hundreds of people a day out in public, like you're gonna notice them a lot because like it's a lot of them when you add them up that way. Um, but that doesn't mean that there's like an atypical number of them. It's just you've seen more.
Yeah, and to add to that, two things I've noticed real quick. One, you're just kind of telling us what you anecdotally are seeing and not bringing up any sort of research or studies, which is what we base
Yeah,
our
because it would seem
Neoblade.
quite
Can I finish,
rude
please,
with a
real quick?
study.
Neoblade, thank you. So that's what we base our information off of. So I would ask that if you are going to make a claim, that you give some evidence behind it. And then the second thing is, and this is up to host, but we still really kind of are not on the topic of why transgender healthcare is a moral crisis, but cisgender healthcare is a human right. So I don't know if you want to let the conversation go where it goes, or if you want to keep it on topic, but I wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think what would need to happen is a study, and it hasn't happened yet. And I think it won't happen because it seems quite rude. It's just I've spoken to a lot of women
What
who
study,
are
though?
saying the same thing.
What study do you think needs to be done that you were just saying?
Men over the age of 18, if their testosterone is lower than in the past, I would say like 90s, 80s, because it's just
Well,
something that I and a lot of women have noticed in men: big bums, full faces, large waists, thighs. Like there's things
yeah,
in men that you shouldn't really be seeing.
the thing is, for there to be studied, there needs to be a reason or a desire for a study to be had. So if there is no study on this, I think it's safe to say it's because this hasn't been a prevalent thing that medicine has been seeing.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of like
Would you
just silly to go out
agree?
into.
Would you agree or disagree that men today have lower testosterone of men in the past?
I would actually strongly disagree because they're actually putting a lot of testosterone and other things in our water that encourage our own hormonal production. So I would actually like firmly disagree with that. I would say it's actually the opposite. But like there's just like no evidence for what you're saying, because if you're talking about like fat distribution and everything, lower testosterone wouldn't cause that. It would have to be specifically exposure to estrogen, which just like isn't really happening.
Really? Because from my knowledge, meat, cows are injected with estrogen, I've heard, to induce the like larger production of milk, and chickens too are like injected with estrogen too to induce the production of eggs. So
Yeah.
if we're eating that, you know.
Yeah, so that is true. Also, everyone should be vegan for one. Really good opportunity to say just be vegan, stop abusing animals. But that being said, that's not how estrogen and testosterone can get transferred to our bodies. We cannot transfer it by eating it like that. Not to mention, it's already been dissolved and absorbed into the bodies when by that time the animal is unalived and like processed into food. So no, you're not absorbing the estrogen or testosterone from the animals you're eating. That's just a myth.
Okay, well, I have another point. The food is so ultra processed, and a lot of people are making the wrong choices, meaning that their weight will increase. So so they may be overweight, an increase of overweight people,
Yeah.
especially in America, which if you have excess fat on you, then I think your estrogen increases or something.
No.
Yeah,
If you have
so the
excess
only
fat on you, you just have excess fat on you.
well, yeah, also like with the T with lower testosterone levels, if people's average weight is going up as it has been for the last like couple of decades, because we're obese, it's going to lower your testosterone levels because it's based off of your body mass. People with lower
Okay,
body
and
mass tend to have higher levels of testosterone, I'm pretty sure.
okay, and another point, last point will be I heard something like air fresheners and things like that contain endocrine disruptors, which would disrupt like the test in men.
It could be the case that that's the thing, but I doubt that it would contribute any like significant amount unless if you're like huffing it 24/7.
Yeah, I would want to see a source on that because obviously, like, I would be interested, obviously, to not be using scents and stuff if it actually did affect people like this.
I
Yeah.
don't think that there's some giant conspiracy trying to lower testosterone in males. Let's be clear about that.
I like conspiracy theories. I don't consider them as facts, but I do acknowledge that it could be possible because we know that the people in charge are not the best. Like Donald Trump and
Yeah.
the Rothschilds, they're not the best people.
Mhm.
So I
But
did look this
go.
up. That's actually so the air freshener thing is actually true, but you need to use it a significant amount, and more specifically, during fetal development.
Yeah, that's what I was
Good
saying.
to
Like, you'd
know.
have to be huffing them basically.
Yeah,
lot
you
of these
basically have to be
things-
helping them.
A lot of these things require quite high levels, and it's probably just like a, like even a lot of things they only take effect if they have like a certain amount. If you're over a certain index, like a threshold, because a lot of things like you can ingest uranium, like radioactive uranium and stuff like that, and have no ill effects, as long as you're below like a certain threshold. Because we understand that it requires like a certain amount for it to actually cause any effect. Like bananas and potassium is something that's necessary for life, but that's also radioactive. But we clearly don't see any ill effects from eating bananas. So it's the amount that would really matter more than anything else.
Yeah. High estrogen in women is bad and high estrogen in men is bad from what I know. Like I need yeah.
Well, hormones are essentially steroids. So yes, high estrogen or high D is bad on either. It doesn't really matter what spec someone is. It's just like going to your eyes just generally bad.
Exactly, and I also wanted to mention that testosterone is a very dominant hormone in the system, along with the other androgens. So, like having high estrogen but a normal level of T for being like male, you're still not gonna generally see. You might see some other side effects from having higher estrogen, but you're not typically going to see issues with fat distribution, weight, or muscle, gaining and maintaining muscle, things like that, where testosterone comes in and plays that role.
Okay. Anyways, sorry, I brought us so off topic. I'm so sorry. It's just really interesting to me. Yeah, about the trans stuff, I don't think it's necessary personally. There's like trans women, like I just see a lot of them lately when in the past I didn't. I don't really know why that is. Maybe there's like an increase of them getting hormones and stuff. I don't know.
It's actually related to, like, I don't know if you've seen the left-handed study before, just don't want to bring that up or not. Back in like early 90s or early 1900s, up to that point, it had been seen as like a mark of the devil or some evil thing to be left-handed. And then we destigmatized that at some point and said, this is just a normal part of the diversity of being human, and some people are going to be left-handed. And then it appeared that there were way more left-handed people than there were before. Even though there were the same amount, they just felt safe and accepted being able to be left-handed and saying that they're left-handed.
Oh, okay, that brings back memories because I grew up as a Messianic Jew. My mum would hit my hand every time I used my left hand and say that I should use my right hand because God uses his righteous right hand or something like that.
Yeah, so that's the same idea. Trans people, okay, we had a lot of like from the 1920s with Magnus Hirschfeld in Germany up till like that was good research. It just got rid of like during the Nazi regime. It was all like burned and stuff. But the relation, okay, so that we had a big gap in actual good studies, but then I'd say 80s and 90s we started to see some good studies again. And so we actually having good studies, having increased medical ability, having the even the tech development that we had in the 90s and early 2000s, and how that can intersect with medicine. So we actually have options to treat these people, and they were, until Trump, they were being more accepted and felt safer to come out. And that is why you seemingly see a lot more of them. Same thing with left-handedness.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a combination of
I
better understanding, transgender individuals, better understanding like what trans people experience and what their feelings are like overall, and also a much more welcoming experience in terms of the community, just or society being like, hey, this is fine to be like, you just be trans, and even though there's still a lot of the population that I would consider quite negative towards transgender individuals, that were like they'll actually like harass them on a regular basis. But I think it's becoming rarer and rarer, at least when we look at it like an overall time graph. And so we would expect, there to be a jump, but I bet you as time goes on, we'll see this nice leveling off of the number of trans people over time, simply due
oh,
to the fact that trans people really only make up a certain percent of the population. What percentage that is, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. There's a number of figures,
oh,
but I would doubt it's anything like above 5%. It's probably closer
so-
to like 2 or 3.
well, the thing is, like, even with the number having gone up, we're still pretty comfortably around 1%, and we haven't really gone above that. It used to be 0.6 to 0.8, and now we're on 1, maybe 1.2%, depending on which study you read. And it's been around that percentage for the last like 5 years. So I think that's been pretty stagnant. Maybe it'll go up slightly more, but like that's still a significantly lower number. Yeah, it might be double than the 0.6% it was like 15 years ago, but that's still an indescribably small percentage of the population.
I'm not really in support of the whole trans stuff, but if psychologists are going to be going and like evaluating people for being trans and stuff, I think they should use a lot of discernment to know if someone actually is like trans and not trying to just get access to HRT to be a creepy man.
I mean, no one's gonna take HRT just to be creepy. That's like wild. But there are people who take HRT because they just like the effects of it, despite like not fitting the traditional definition of trans. We'd call them like HRT femboys.
That's just
But
that's just weird. No,
I
you can
mean, I
carry on.
don't personally understand it, but I have a personal belief is that it was they eventually come out as trans women anyways.
I'm hearing them say that they're taking it for recreational purposes because it makes them feel good and they don't feel as aggressive or something. But if you're
Yeah, no,
feeling aggressive
they're
as a
true.
man, then that's probably like your parents didn't raise you right.
Yeah, they're trolling you. No one's taking it for recreational purposes.
Oh, okay.
No, I know who you're talking about. It's one of my friends. Yeah, no one takes it for
Yep, I
recreational
know too.
purposes. Yeah, she's one of our friends. It's just like people are stupid and actually believe that shit, and it's funny to troll that. So that's why she does
I've
it.
never
Like
been good with
you just,
sarcasm.
huh?
I've never been good with sarcasm.
That makes sense. I'll be right back. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I mean, that person once said, the person with the pink hair, mama, whatever, once said, I'm a woman because my waist is so small or something. And I was like, all right, there's like women who have waists like rectangles, like
I
that's a woman.
I guarantee you, if she did say that, or if they did say that, they were joking.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
sounds like a case
I
of
mean,
missing
they showed me their
context.
waist. It's pretty small.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they use them pronouns as well, so, and don't necessarily like identify as a woman. So
Oh, that stuff I don't even understand. Like, from what I know, everyone on this earth is a man, a woman. You know, everyone goes through everyone goes through a male puberty or a female puberty, unless you're Hezbollah. Like, it's just what happens. Like, you
yeah,
just grow
sometimes
into
that
it.
doesn't align with the gender that we are, and that's why people take HRT and are trans.
The gender in like your brain, you say?
Yeah, so gender is a biopsychosocial construct, meaning there is a biological, neurological aspect of it. Gender identity would be like the knowing of what gender you are.
Well, how do you know? Like, you say it's a psychosocial schema, but from my knowledge, there's like a gland in your brain that like helps with the production of the hormones that induces the puberty you'll go through. So your brain also plays a part of like your puberty as well. Like, I don't think people's brains is like not aligned with their sex, like their gender is not aligned with their sex. I don't think you choose your gender either. I also think there's only two genders, but the LGBTQ is saying that there's like 50.
Well, gender is inherently subjective in nature. It's based off of like what a society deems appropriate, which is completely subjective in nature. There's no, like, you can't hold gender. There's no objective gender. It's not a mathematical construct, so you can't mathematically construct gender. So it is entirely subjective at the end of the day. So there's no way of saying that there's only two genders or anything like that. Gender is literally just subjective at the end of the day. So you can't say that there's only two genders. You can say within a society, currently there's only two genders, but that doesn't mean that they're right about that. That there's no right or wrong when it comes
Yeah.
to gender.
And the other thing I wanted to say, Neoblade, is you asked, like, how do you know what gender you are? Well, I could just ask you the same question. How do you know that you're a woman?
I mean, I'm not even trying to be rude, but because people were like, you're sexist when I say this, but my body, and then I just am who I am with my personality and stuff. That's just how I am. You know, I used to be a tomboy. I still am in ways, but when I need to be, I am very feminine, like if I'm going to an occasion and stuff. But I'd just say, oh, if I like these clothes, I'll wear it. Like, I just know who I am. I'm quite secure in my identity, I'd say. But my body is like a woman's body as well. Like, if you look at me, you'll see that I'm a woman. You're not gonna think I'm they them or whatever. Because yeah.
So we can talk about the difference between sex and gender a little bit. I've got to stay muted for a few minutes while I finish up a chore here in a second as well. But we can talk about how sex and gender are different, and how you can't see somebody's sex or gender, honestly, depending on how they present. And you said you're confident, you know who you are, you just know. Those are the types of answers that trans people
I
have.
said it's like my personality is just unique to me, but like my body is a woman's body, and like I guess my mind is also like a woman's mind. But I'm not saying that trying to be sexist, like, oh, I like the color pink and I like this and that, or I just know. Like, I don't really know how to describe it. It's just like, yeah, I guess I'm just a woman.
You're just a woman, you just know. Trans people have that same thing. And we know that that we're trans because of sometimes when we have gender dysphoria, we know that we're trans because we have a distress with our body, but we just know who we are, just like you just know that you're a woman.
Yeah, like, do you know what the somatosensory cortex is in the brain by chance?
It's just a part of the brain, in it.
Oof, yeah, but what it specifically does is it regulates the neural map of the brain specifically, not how you consciously think, but how your brain unconsciously processes the bodily autonomy that you have, like what structures you have. So that is one really strong ongoing theory that trans people literally their brains are neurally mapped to match that of the sex they're not born with. They literally just don't process some of their sexually dimorphic characteristics the way cis people would. So it's just like in their brain system, it's just literally not there.
But like, there's something wrong with their brains then, because their brain isn't processing their body correctly. Because like, their body is, let's say, like trans women, trans and stuff. Like their body is male and stuff, but then because they've seen females in their life, they're like, oh, but my brain should be female. But the brain doesn't know of the female sex, but it only knows of it because they've seen it. I don't even know what I'm saying.
That's not how that works. The brain knows of the female sex because that's how the brain develops, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to know like specifically what is female and what isn't female. It just needs to know like what is and what isn't in terms of its own anatomy. Yeah, subconsciously, like your brain's anatomy isn't going to know what the term female is, or even what the term male is. It's just going to recognize, hey, these parts are not aligning with the neuroanatomy of the brain. That is not like, I see a female, I'm not a female, therefore I know I need to be female. That's not how that works. People would still be trans and have these people would still be trans and have these feelings with or without understanding what a societal view of a woman is, or even ever meeting a female.
It's so confusing to me. Like I don't know. I don't really get how their brain is actually female because of their sensory neurocortex or whatever you're saying.
That's not saying the brain is female. The brain isn't sex, but the brain is sexually dimorphic. Like, for example, we wouldn't say that breast tissue is female, but we would say that breast tissue is typically associated with females because it's a sexually dimorphic female characteristic. That doesn't necessarily mean it's exclusively female. It just means we typically see that with females. And because we can typically see this with females, we know that the brain is more likely than not processing the body to be the equivalent of the female sex. Because the reality is, everyone develops the genetic code to develop female. Everyone does.
Yeah, but like whilst you're developing, like in the womb, you're more female, but then you develop to be male. So it's like either male or female.
Yeah, so doesn't it logically track that in some stages of development, which we currently have evidence for, that process just cannot be completed sometimes? Because what you're talking about is masculinization during fetal development, and sometimes masculinization doesn't complete or completes partially. That's how we get intersex people. Like the fact that the brain is sexually dimorphic and develops the same way due to exposure to androgens goes to show that it makes absolutely reasonable sense that this could happen in the neuroanatomy.
And why does it do that though? Why doesn't it fully complete? Like, is there like a specific reason why there's intersex people? Because their genitalia, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's quite abnormal. Like, I've heard times when there can literally be nothing there, and I was so confused.
Yeah, so like here's another like idea is that like if you were to take somebody, like let's take you and throw you into a male body, like you would understand that you were like historically a female, and you would probably still want to do the things that made you female, correct? Or that you did as a female.
Wait, can you repeat the first part?
Yeah, so let's say in a hypothetical world, we take your brain out of your body and put it into a male body. Are you all of a sudden going to change and become, you know, a man?
Well, I'd
and
just live as a male
things?
then. I wouldn't like be uncomfortable if I was a male personally. That's just what I am then. I'd grow lots of body hair, my voice would get deeper. I wouldn't mind. I just start living my life. Like, my body is my body. If I was a male, I'm just a male. I mean, I'm a go with the flow person. A lot of people are like, I have to be this or I have to be that. But me, I'm just go with the flow. So maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter how go with the flow you are. We actually do see that when characteristics don't fit the neuroanatomy, it causes distress. So, like, you can say you'd be fine with it in theory, but studies would show that you just, like, wouldn't be.
I don't know, man. Because like a long time ago, this is a testimony for me. When I was little, like I would really like tomboyish stuff, and my parents were like, "You can't like that because you're a girl and stuff," and I was so upset. See, I would go to watch TV and I would like things like Lego Ninjago, Transformers, and all of those shows. And then my parents would say, "You can't like that, that's boys' shows." And then I was like, "Oh, I wish I was a boy," when I was little. But I didn't actually wish that I was a boy. I just wish that I had the freedom to like boy things. Do you see what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but that's nothing to do with what being transgender is, like, at all.
Yeah, being
Really?
transgender is like a further on of that you are a boy. That like it is an understanding that you are what you want to be. Like it's a claim about that, and you can't like necessarily like this isn't something that goes away often. Like it's sometimes if you don't have like especially with people who end up getting things like gender dysphoria, if you have gender dysphoria, it doesn't just go away. And people, especially like we understand during there's points in the of individuals' lives where individuals may question themselves more. But that doesn't mean that in areas where they're expected to be stable within like their personality and who they are, that we shouldn't take them seriously about this stuff.
If you're uncomfortable with the sex parts of your body, like your genitalia and your frame, then like isn't that a sign of being like touched as a kid, especially?
What? No.
No,
Yeah,
not
if you're
necessarily.
like, "Oh, I don't like my penis," and you're like male, isn't that like a sign of being touched? Because why wouldn't you like your penis?
No, it's not. What the fuck?
Yeah, do
Yeah,
you
because you're
understand that it's
disliking.
That's like saying any insecurity comes from being like essayed as a child. That
No,
doesn't make sense.
specifically the sex, the primary sex traits. Like if you're like, "Oh, I don't like my wee wee, like my penis," then that's a sign.
I can list so many trans people who never were essayed. Like that's like such a buck wild argument. No, that's not a sign.
I thought it is. In psychology,
No,
it's a sign. Like if a kid is
it's
like,
not.
"Oh, I don't like my thingy," they're
No, it's not a sign. It can be a symptom that is along with other things, but no, in and of itself is not a sign because that can be caused by a lot of different things, not just like gender dysphoria or SA. It's can be caused by a lot of different things. So no, like saying it's a sign is just like not true.
okay.
Yeah, if anything, it would be only a sign of like gender dysphoria. But that has like strict clinical diagnosis criteria.
Can't you just learn to love it? Embrace it.
Can you learn to just like a food that you don't like?
Actually, yeah. When my grandma, oh boy, she used to feed me these courgettes, and she once made a bowl of courgettes, and she put it down my throat, and I swallowed it. It came back out. I didn't even like vomit. It just came out. But then I eventually learned to like courgettes, and now I eat lots of vegetables.
Yeah, the thing is with when you're talking about like the biology of an individual, you can't just like learn to like that. That doesn't make any logical sense. That's like any kind of chronic thing that not puts your body out of homeostasis, which has been shown that incongruence puts your body into or out of homeostasis, which causes distress, right? That's not something someone can just learn to like. For example, like I have POTS. That's something that I can't change and I have to treat. And because it knocks my body out of homeostasis constantly, you're just going to tell me I should learn to love it? Like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I don't know what POTS is. I have heard it's like really terrible. I have type 1 diabetes, and I just learned to live with it personally. I just take my insulin after I eat.
Yeah, learning to live with it would be getting treatment for it, right? So learning to live with this incongruence is getting treatment for it and thus transitioning.
I mean,
That
it's
would
for
be the
my
equivalent.
survival, though. Like,
Yeah.
if a person who has gender dysphoria is like, I don't like my penis, then the treatment, like, they're still gonna survive with the penis.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
so-
necessarily. That's the
See,
thing.
if I stop taking my insulin, I actually will pass away. But if a person who has gender dysphoria doesn't like their penis, they're not going to pass away.
Yeah, but we do understand that the when people want like bottom surgery done, they like that the outcomes of like happiness after the surgery are much higher even down the road than beforehand.
Mhm.
So like
That's
it
why I'd
would
say
be
these sorry, just to correct your language super quick. I would say people who need bottom surgery, not people who want bottom surgery.
yeah.
Because it really is a need for their mental state to be able to continue to function. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that like yeah, it just results in a much better mental health, expectations down the road. Like the risks of certain things like substance abuse and stuff go down when people are given affirmative care versus, especially things like conversion therapy and that kind of stuff. If when you throw people into like conversion therapy, what we actually see is we see much more people end up like having higher substance abuse rates. We see them like being more depressed, having higher levels of anxiety, and a lot of other things. There are a few people that might do better, but overall, the overall like expectation is that people are going to get worse. So we have things that we know make people feel better.
I mean, I
and
have
increase
heard
their livelihood. And so we should allow people to get access to these things. We absolutely should not ban them.
Especially when it's something we know that you cannot like fix or just learn to like, because it again literally knocks your body out of homeostasis.
If you could learn to fix it, things like conversion therapy would work. Conversion therapy doesn't work, therefore you can't fix it.
So the reason for gender dysphoria is because the part of their brain is not like responding to their body correctly. Is that what you're saying, Mum?
Can you repeat that? Sorry. Oh, God.
So the gender dysphoria is a stress-based condition. The incongruence is when your brain is not responding or doesn't register your body correctly, aligned with the specific sex traits that your brain processes that it should have, thus knocking yourself out of homeostasis. Gender dysphoria is the stress that is caused by that. Not everyone with incongruence develops that stress, but I would say the majority do.
And they found this out by scanning these people's brains.
Yes.
Okay. Did they like do it with a lot of people? Like,
Yes.
okay.
What do you define a lot? Because it's past the empirical power.
20 to 30 maybe.
Yeah, way more than that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know. They're like, in the past, like trans people, they weren't really calling themselves women, were they?
Yeah, they were. But also, like, what do you mean in the past? Like, how far past are you going?
They used to call themselves many different things, like transsexuals, transvestites. You know, I was talking to this 80-year-old woman, and she was like, "These transvestites," and I was like, "I think that's an outdated term," but yeah, like they used to call themselves many different things. But I just never heard them like looking at articles and stuff calling themselves women, but now they're like calling themselves women, saying they want to breastfeed, saying they want to give birth, just all of these crazy things. And I'm like, no.
Trans people always called themselves woman. Transvestite has never been a term that was directed towards transgender or what we see as transsexual nowadays. It's always been a term exclusively referencing cross-dressers. That being said, trans people that have existed throughout modern society have always addressed themselves to be women and have portrayed themselves as women. That's always been a thing. I'm not sure where you're getting it. Hasn't been a thing from. Like it's like what?
Yeah, and it's also like some of these words are also just like kind of considered slurs because they were used in ways to like purposely like degrade people. So we probably should not say them.
Yeah, transsexual does have its place when you're talking about somebody who has had gender dysphoria and gone through medical transition, but transvestite we should not be saying.
Okay. I was talking to an 80-year-old and I don't think she liked trans people. You see, I don't
Whoa. A
hate
boomer not
trans
liking
people.
trans
I'm
people?
just like confused a bit like with what they're doing and where it's heading because I'm hearing of the breastfeed and stuff.
Yeah,
The
breastfeeding's fine.
giving birth.
Yeah, all of those are fine. I don't know why you'd have an issue with either of those, genuinely.
The
Yeah,
only
I think if
issue
it's
that I know of with like breastfeeding is that like if it's just a quantity of milk sometimes if because we understand that when somebody like goes induces lactation through like medication and other things like that, sometimes the quantity of milk isn't as much as like people who have been pregnant, but I think that's partially due to like pregnancy also, from my understanding, like kind of preparing the the breast to be able to produce more milk. So that would make sense. But like other than that, the milk produced by people who've grown boobs that were born males is actually perfectly healthy and fine.
Yeah, like if I was gonna have a kid, like I would breastfeed them, and I was assigned male at birth. Like that's just what I would do because I don't want to give them formula or over the counter milk shit.
Milk is
I
like
think that's kind of gross. Like,
you might think it's
How?
kind of gross, but it is literally just human milk. It's like there's no like significant difference between a male and female's milk if they've both have boobs. There's like nothing like
because
substantially different.
like you're a trans woman, like you're not a woman, so then like you're taking these hormones to induce all of this and all of that, but it's not to treat
I mean,
like
But it's
the
still milk.
discomfort
Like
yeah,
within
cis
your
cis
body.
women have to take hormones to induce lactation like all the fucking time. Like
Yeah, but it's not for their own. It's not like because they want to, it's because they
yeah,
have
it is.
to. But with you, like you don't have to. Like the reason why you transition, like why people transition is to like feel more comfortable in their body and stuff. But like if you're taking these hormones and stuff, you're doing it so that you can feel happy that you're like breastfeeding a child, but that's
Yeah,
not necessary.
yeah. So breastfeeding a child doesn't generally make someone intrinsically happy. That's just like a non sequitur. Like
Yeah, but
so
you're doing it to be
so
happy. The
no,
woman
it's
isn't
not.
doing it to be
Yeah,
happy.
Neoblade,
so that's
Mama let you finish. Let's let Mama finish, please.
yeah. So when you're talking about like inducing lactation, it's a completely different set of hormones that someone has to take, and cis women would have to take those hormones as well, if they're not like the one who actually mothered the child. And it's really important to note that it is the exact same cocktail of hormones that someone would have to take. And no one has to take this. They can use formula, right? People, if someone's breastfeeding the child, it's because they want to breastfeed the child. And in modern day era, no one has to do it. I think there are a lot of significant benefits to doing it, which is why I personally would want my kid breastfed, whether it's me or if I was dating a woman, my partner. But like, no one objectively fucking has to. There's so many other alternatives. I just think it's overall better.
Yeah, I think it should be banned personally. I also like okay, let the trans women be trans women, I guess. Yeah, let the trans women be trans women, but don't let them breastfeed. Don't let them enter like the same category of sports that women like are into. Also, like yeah, that's it.
Well, that's my question for you then. What does a trans woman being able to breastfeed take away from you?
Also,
It doesn't. I just think it's immoral.
you're literally just
On
saying
what?
It's
let
just
trans women be
weird.
trans
Like
women
you're a
and
male.
you're saying let
Like
trans women be trans women and discriminate against them. I just want to point out
I
that's literally what you
it's
said.
not discrimination. It's not oppression. Like we're not gonna let you do that. It's taking it too far.
Yeah, that is the definition of discrimination and bigotry. If you just say it's immoral, but you don't have a reason for it being immoral, like, can you explain to me how it is immoral?
Like, if a male, let's say someone who was not a trans woman, wanted to breastfeed their child, and they went to the clinic and got the cocktail of hormones and then started lactating, I would be like, that's super weird. And I'd say it's the same for a trans woman, because like they're male, like, or they were like in their lifetime, and then they're taking a cocktail of hormones to induce lactation, whereas like women usually don't have to do that. They only have to
Yes, I
do it
do.
if they didn't give birth to the child, or if they like there's a problem with their body.
There's actually a lot of women who have to do it even if they did give birth. That being said, there are people who do this in other cultures very commonly where the men
Oh my,
breastfeed
well, I don't agree
without the
with
cocktails.
all
So, like, saying
cultures
it's immoral
doing
just because it's a man and you think it's weird, it's just like, that's not an argument. That's not an argument for something being immoral. That's just like you saying it's fucking weird. That's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I can just say that you existing or is immoral because I think your opinion on trans people is weird. Like, what?
Yeah, it like really depends how you ground your morals, and if you want to like say that this is immoral for like everyone, you're gonna have to hold to like objective morals and then prove them for me to like be convinced. Which I don't think you have the boots for that hike if you've not looked too far into philosophy.
Yeah, I'm not into philosophy. I used to be, but then I just got too confused. I don't know if that means that I'm not like smart or anything. It's just a bit too confusing for me. I'm more of someone who likes STEM, so yeah.
It's confusing. It can be confusing. I can definitely agree that. There's parts of
Philosophy
it
is
that are
used.
just it's not intuitive some of the times. And that's part of like the reason why philosophy is important too. Is that like it kind of grounds how we know things that we know. It's literally the study of knowing things in some sense.
Mm,
And the study of arguing. So
mm,
like if you're considering something to be moral, like it really comes down to like how you're grounding your morals, and if it like for a lot of people it seems when I like nail them down on what their morals actually are, they either think that they're objective but have no way of grounding them, or they think they're subjective and like dependent on like change from person to person, and therefore like I literally have no reason to care about somebody's subjective morals, because you can have an equivalent argument thinking that it's completely moral from a your own subjective experience, and it's just an equal argument.
I mean, I think subjective morality can be argued pretty comfortably, but the issue I'd have with it is when someone says things are immoral specifically because I find them weird. There are a lot of arguments why your subjective morality should be considered and why your view should be considered on that. But if it's just because I think it's weird, that's a non-argument
But
for
why don't
morality.
you said something like in other cultures, males or men breastfeed
Yeah.
their kids, but how do they also take a cocktail of hormones to do that?
Sometimes, not necessarily. I don't think
So
that really matters though, because your contention with the morality of it wasn't the taking the cocktail
no,
hormones.
I'm
Your
just
contention
curious
was
because
male
how are they
breastfeeding.
lactating if they're not getting the hormones?
That's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah,
You want to go down to the
it
biological
is.
anatomy, but it basically comes down to the fact that males can lactate if they're
If they have
breast.
an extreme hormonal balance.
No, the males can lactate if their breast tissue is stimulated. They don't even necessarily need to have an extreme hormonal imbalance. If their breast tissue is stimulated significantly enough, then they could just lactate.
And why would it be stimulated? Like, are they? Oh, it's just super weird, man. Like,
I don't. You'd have to go find that culture and ask them. I don't fucking know.
I don't like see culture is culture, but within cultures there's like the bad things and the good things. Like I've had to criticize my own culture, so yeah.
I mean, I would criticize your own culture too if you're basing your morality on just things you find weird. Like, I don't think morality is something that you should base off whatever you find normal or abnormal. I think it should be based off what is harmful or not harmful. And we know breastfeeding, like a trans woman breastfeeding, is not harmful. Therefore, I think it's really hard to argue that it is immoral.
Are you sure that it has the same nutrition as like someone who is a woman? Are you sure?
Yes.
Because I don't know. Mm.
Yes, we are sure. Literally every human being is born with the ability to develop breasts given the right hormonal conditions and to lactate given the right hormonal conditions. There's no difference in the breast tissue of somebody who's male and somebody who's female. So
Yeah. All right. I believe it will be impossible for a trans woman to give birth, though. Like, in this day and age, it's definitely possible for a trans woman to lactate. However, it's not to give birth.
Why?
But I don't think it will ever be, because even when they get the neo vagina, it doesn't even lead to anything. Like, no
Hold on.
uterus, nothing.
This is just not the argument, though. Like, we
Yeah.
don't care what a female is. I
I mean-
don't
Yeah, but they
care
can't
what
give
like
birth
a
then. Like,
female.
it's impossible.
Yeah, I don't actually consider. I don't require anybody to have anything like female that only females have, or like biology that only females have, in order for them to be considered a woman. Woman is entirely subjective. It's based off of a society's application of the ideas of gender, which are the ways that we understand ourselves among the continuums of masculine and femininity.
I've
And
got to
therefore-
go for 1 second.
Okay.
Not 1 second, probably 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like, even I know they're gone, but like even ignoring how we're defining what a woman is, like we know within our lifetime we're gonna see trans women give birth, considering we've done uterine transplants in male rats who have been able to give live birth to rat pups. Like, this is going to happen whether you like it or not. No, whether it's immoral or immoral, that's a whole another argument. Whether it should happen is another argument. But saying that it's not going to happen is just like kind of wild when, again, we've already been able to do it.
Yeah, I think we're getting relatively close to doing it with humans too, but with AFAB people who don't have the facilities to give birth. And then after we make sure that it works, it's healthy, all of that, then we would probably be able to, and probably will, attempt and has this procedure done for trans women that also want to give birth.
Keegan, why don't you come up and prove it? Because that's not how chromosomes work. That being said, yeah, I actually agree. Because we only just in science finally got to the point where we can give uterine transplants to people with MRKH syndrome and uterine degenesis. That has been very recent in modern science. And because we're able to do that, there is no functional difference as to why we wouldn't be able to do that in someone who's assigned male at birth. Because they would be missing the exact same thing and the exact same blood vessels. So logically, it's completely possible. It's just a matter of doing it.
Exactly.
But the techniques for uterine transplants are still, I don't want to say in prototype phase, they're still very, very new. So I'll probably give that another 5 to 10 years before it's in a good enough state where they feel comfortable doing this consistently in trans women.
Agreed. I'm going to do a mod break real quick. First of all, if you are opposition, please feel free to request that. Second, please keep commenting. We love that. It boosts our vibe and lets these conversations continue to happen. Also, give that screen a good tap, tap, tap. Let's go for 5K. We've got over 25 people in here. Let's go for 5K. And then if you want to share it as well, that also helps. Even if you are an opposition and you want to share it with other opposition, go ahead and do that. Thanks.
And don't forget to send your daily heart me to the host. That also helps boost the lives and gets more people in here.
Hi, Mr. Iconic.
If you have the money, that is. I don't you don't have to, but
Well, a daily heart me is 1 penny.
yeah, well, yeah, but even for a while, I didn't have much money to even be able to do that. I had $15 in my bank account. I don't think that a penny would have done much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Come
So
on.
if
Come
you
on
have
live.
money, a regular income, then that's
You come on live. Yeah, just come on live. I will gift you 10 coins. Exchange them so you can use them, and then send out daily heart me's. I'll gift you 10 cents.
That's awesome. I literally used my coins from being on these lives in order to just give out those heart me's and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely encourage you to take whatever you have here and exchange it instead of withdrawing it, unless it's significant and you could give it to like trans and intersex people who come up here and help educate as well.
Like me.
But yeah.
I did that, and now I'm in the whole money.
I wanted to hear what fucking Neo would say when I said that I'm trans and intersex. And I've debated Neo before, and they kind of go in circles with their view.
Sounds like
It's
hula
not
hoop, but less educated. I'm sorry. Like, she does sound like hula a lot.
Yeah, she doesn't quite understand the biology aspect of really anything. Yeah, I hate Christians, but no, atheism doesn't have anything to do with being transgender or not. That's just my own personal take. I don't think the host and Cole agree with me. I just think Christianity should be abolished.
There's certain Christians that I do definitely dislike, but it's more of them being like dogmatic than anything.
Yeah,
else.
it's the harm the religion causes for me. I'm just not about that.
I try not to hate people for being who they are or like how they are raised, rather than like continuing believing in like dogmatic ideas, because like those are like, we just understand that dogmas are not a way of coming to truth.
Wait, but I like dogs. I have a dog. What?
Well, hello there.
Hello there.
Hello.
Making your entrance with pizzazz.
General Kenobi.
Crunch.
Sorry.
How's everybody doing
Hey.
today?
Hey, Corrupt, I managed to find all the chamomile and sage.
You did? So you finally got good?
Apparently.
I'm personally doing okay. I'm still recovering from surgery. My chest hurts like really bitch. But that's not even where I had surgery on. I just had a bad reaction to anesthesia and it caused me to like aggressively like go into a state of vomiting for like 12 hours straight. So like I'm pretty sure I tore some muscles in my diaphragm, but
Damn, I'm a violent vomiter in a different way. Like, blood vessels in my face and my eyes will pop when I vomit, and it sucks. It like, my whole face will just swell up enough that I can feel it, and it's really uncomfortable for a few days. That sucks. I'm sorry you're going through that.
I thought it just sucked for you because you're gay.
What was that?
Laughing hurts. You just said it sucks for you because you're gay.
Literally all I can hear is "cause you're gay," because everyone's laughing, and I didn't even hear it.
Can someone else repeat it? It hurts.
I don't even remember what you said.
Okay, okay. I was saying, Cole, I think it just sucks for you because you're gay. That's how your face up.
Oh, okay. I hear you now. And I mean, the accusation is not false.
Exactly. I know it's not false. That's what I said. If you're friends with me, you're at least bisexual.
At least, except Stowe.
What?
You're the exception to
Yeah.
being friends with certain people, and you're not queer.
I disagree. I think Stowe is somewhere like maybe 0.01%.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's
I
a
don't
history of me
know.
doing things that would definitely not be considered straight, but I
see?
realized I didn't like them, so
Yeah, that's the part that I knew about.
yeah. I just
Oh.
didn't like it. I don't have interests in guys or anything like that, so I'm just like, whatever. I'm fine being the way that I am. I just
Yeah, people told me that I'm gay because I slept with a woman once, but I did not enjoy it. I was very like neutral about it. That could either mean that I'm straight or that I'm ace. I personally just think I'm ace.
it's a valid position.
It's just boring.
If you're here, Solid, how are you today?
Solid is doing fantastic because they finally got all the thyme and chamomile that they've been searching for the last 2 days.
Those
Right.
last 2 days, I found it literally right as you left.
No. That's hilarious.
Well, I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
You were hiding it from me.
Oh no, it wasn't me. It was Sophie's reality warping ability to do whatever she thinks is funny as long as it's funny. Anything that Sophie thinks will be funny just happens. Sophie has that fucking Chris technique.
So I watched I was watching a streamer playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I didn't realize the game had such deep philosophical questions about like if you should allow somebody to crucify themselves. I was like, what? I didn't know that there were missions like that. I'm like, oh, okay. There's a lot more going on to this game than I thought there was. Yeah, I've heard it's incredible. I need to get it. It's on my wish list. I'll buy it when it's on sale next. On, like,
Cyberpunk
GOG.
2077 is a great philosophical tool on what is and isn't moral. Like, I had a whole conversation about morality as well as someone else, and it tells you where your morals stand. Like, I'm personally a harm reductionist, and that was very evident through my playthrough of Cyberpunk. But it's like, I don't know. I think they put a lot of moral philosophy into the development of Cyberpunk, and actually one of the reasons why I love the game so much. Oh, do you want to hear one of my moral dilemmas that I've used that has caused a lot of people to argue, even people who hold the similar views?
Yeah.
So let's pretend you have an individual who has a tumor on their brain. Specifically, the tumor that causes an excess secretion of serotonin and dopamine. So every experience they have is a positive experience. They're incapable of having a negative experience. Everything just makes them happy. However, that tumor will unalive them in like 15, 30 years, right? However, we also know if we unalive that tumor, they'll live a full and healthy life, but they'll never be able to produce serotonin or dopamine again. Therefore, they'll never be able to feel happiness or joy or ever have a positive experience again in their life. What would be the suggestion for treatment for this individual? Would you remove the tumor and let them live longer, or keep the tumor in and have them live shorter but happy?
The correct answer is you let them choose.
Oh, yes, but the thing is, in this scenario, because the person is overly happy and cannot have any positive negative experiences, they wouldn't be able to they would be deemed unable to make decisions for themselves.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
we're pretending this person doesn't have full decision-making capacity because how the tumor's affecting their
So they would
brain.
be like a marginal agent then. Like they have the rights to well-being, but like they can't make their own decisions.
They what?
Yeah, so this would be like considered like under my moral framework, they would be considered marginal agents. So others would have to make that decision for them, and I would probably have. I don't know unless it's causing them like actual harm to this, then I don't think that would be like right to unalive them.
So no, they would be unalived if you don't remove the tumor.
Oh. And
Just now catching up.
Yeah. If you remove the tumor, they will live, but they will never have a positive experience ever again. If you don't remove the tumor, they will live a short life, but they will only ever be able to be happy and have positive experiences. Basically, like a state of delusional bliss.
Well, I think it would be more moral if you just remove the tumor then.
Yeah, but then you'd be removing someone's only way to ever feel happiness or joy ever again. And the only experience they could ever have after that would be a negative experience.
I don't know. That's a weird one.
Isn't it though? It's very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know, part of me is like, that becomes like a trolley problem where like sometimes the moral thing is just to let nature do its thing. Because like, not doing so, like, you don't implicate yourself into something if you don't do anything, which is like, it's kind of a bad thing to say, but like, it is sometimes like the get out of jail free card.
I feel like you'd be implicated in deciding,
Hey, no.
or
Doing nothing is not a choice.
deciding to
Come on, no.
leave it though.
Yeah, you are. That's part of the problem about it, is that like you not doing something is like in this thing, like there's a neutral like there's a neutral switch, and like you have to go one way. It's neutral otherwise.
Sorry, I just realized the time, and most of you know that I don't have a car right now. My dad's taking me somewhere, and he said we'd be leaving around now, so I'm gonna go.
Daddy?
Thank you for having me up, and hopefully you guys get more ops. Bye.
Bye, Cole. Say a good boy. But yeah, the thing is, when there is no neutral switch, and you're talking about just not even the life necessarily, like the immediate life of someone, but like their ability to maintain happiness. Basically, it comes down to, should someone live a short happy life or a long unhappy life? You know? Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My box isn't lighting up when I'm talking. It's fucking with my head.
Great job, TikTok. It's only the best. Only the best app
Yeah.
that never has any glitches. It's only like expected that you have one or two glitches a stream.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why I
like
like.
$1 trillion company here.
Do you want to know what my answer would be?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm a harm reductionist. Completely. I'm also a moral contextualist. I personally believe we have to do the least amount of moral, ethical, mental, and physical harm to an individual. I think in this scenario, the least amount of harm would be leaving the tumor in. I'm also pro euthanasia for like self euthanasia as well. Not like
Made, essentially.
huh?
Made, medically assisted.
Yes.
Or
I am pro that. I
medically
want to
assisted
clarify.
death. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to clarify. I'm not pro like just random self-unalivement. Obviously not. But I am pro medically assisted death.
Well, let me just introduce myself real quick. This is Dirk here. I really appreciate you bringing me up. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. This is great.
Can we get your age and pronouns?
Well, I'm 30 years old. I'm from New York, and I voted for Donald John Trump.
Yeah, his middle name's John. That's gross. Anyways, what are your pronouns?
Well, my pronouns are he/him.
Oh, why are you slashing him?
Well, you asked my pronouns, plural.
I know. I was just being funny.
Yeah.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one.
Always funny. You guys should know this about me.
Well, that wasn't funny, but anyways, I think transgender healthcare is a moral crisis because we're focused on physical healthcare for the quote unquote trans people when we need to be focused on the mental healthcare. Instead of giving them surgeries to chop off their genitals, we need to simply lock them up in insane asylums.
Ooh, okay. So under what like medical what medical?
Well, under the
organization are you
obvious
taking this?
medical diagnosis of them being insane.
Yeah.
living in a
So how
delusional
is
world.
somebody being transgender? So why does the DSM-5 and the ICD-11 both agree?
Well, that's an
Or
appeal to
disagree?
authority. I don't.
No, I'm
That's
just.
a
I'm
that's a
appealing to
fallacious
expertise.
argument.
I'm appealing to
Yeah, I don't
expertise
have
that
expertise.
finds that
I'm a
consensus.
human being with reasoning, and I have eyes and a brain to comprehend that a man cannot become a woman.
Yeah, so like appeal to authority would be like if I appeal to somebody who didn't have like a relevant expertise in the field or like a whole
No,
body
that's
of
not
work. I'm
true.
appealing to the entire body of work
That's not
that
true.
supports the DSM-5 and the ICD-11.
No,
And I
that's
can
not
actually
what an
explain
appeal
to
to
you.
authority is.
Yeah,
You don't even know what an appeal to authority is.
Yeah, I can pull it up here.
Yeah, go ahead. It's delegating your argument to an authority. You're not giving an argument as to why you're right. You're just saying, but the DSM-5. In replacement of you giving an argument, you're just saying, what about the authority on the topic?
Yeah, so
That's called
it's
an appeal to
insisting
authority.
that a claim is true simply because a valid authority or expert said that it
Yep.
was true without any other
That's what
supporting
you just
evidence
did.
offered. Yeah, but I'm offering the whole.
Yeah, that's what you
like,
just
the whole
did. What
thing.
other evidence did you offer besides, but the DSM-5?
Yeah,
Go
so I'm
ahead.
actually appealing to like the actual literature
Authority.
within no, the
Yeah, I know
literature
Well,
you're
that was
appealing to
agreed
the
upon.
authority. I get
well,
it.
the
Thanks.
thing is, you have to keep in mind is when you're talking about whether something is a mental illness or a mental condition, there's only one authority that actually determines that. So we can't determine on our
So
own.
now we're just
So wait,
admitting we're appealing to authority.
stop
I
interrupting
got
me.
it.
So you cannot determine empirically if someone has a mental illness or not unless it's literally listed and classified as a mental illness, because that's how the empirics work when you're talking about psychological conditions.
So
So
before
like
the
saying
DSM
it to the, can
existed,
you
was
stop interrupting? Can you
schizophrenia a
stop? Can you
medical
stop?
disability?
Can you stop interrupting me?
Well, I'm just asking a
You're
simple question.
interrupting me though, right?
Well, go ahead, spit it
Okay,
out.
cool. Thank you. So when you're talking about something like this, where you're proving something to be a mental condition, mental disorder, the only way to prove that would be to acknowledge the authority figures that deem things to be mental disorders or not mental disorders, because they would be the only ones who are capable of doing so, since they quite literally are the ones who determine what is a mental disorder and what's not. We are not. We are incapable of doing that.
So you're saying the definition of a mental disorder is if it's found in the DSM-5, it's a mental disorder? Is that your claim?
No, I
Here,
just don't
no,
have
so
good reasons to accept it if it's
You just said
outside
the only way
DSM.
we know it's a mental disorder is if it's found in this book.
Yeah, so I'd be happy to accept evidence from any like major medical organization because they have standards of proof.
Well, it's called a delusion. There's a very clear definition for what delusion is.
Yeah, so how is somebody who has a subjective idea of who they are, who understands
Yeah,
who they
because
are,
they are not that thing.
yeah, but how are they not the thing when this thing is subjective? Because
The thing is not subjective.
Yeah, gender is
No.
subjective.
No.
Yeah, so why
Well,
do different
So
cultures
what
have
is a
different
woman?
genders?
What is a
Yeah.
woman?
Yeah, so a woman is a gender, which is you
Mhm.
know the ways that we understand
I agree.
ourselves among the continuums of masculine and femininity. And
Wait,
and a
say that
woman
again. You
is
mumbled.
yeah.
Say
So
it clearer.
gender is the ways that we express ourselves and understand ourselves within a society among the continuums of masculinity and femininity.
That's mumbo jumbo nonsense.
Yeah, it's what
It's
I'm
a
saying.
continuum in which we express ourselves. I mean, can you just say like
It's
an
the way
actual
that we
definition instead of trying to be confusing?
yeah. I'm not trying to be confusing. It's a social construct. That
Okay, it's a social construct. So
Mhm.
if somebody says that they're a woman, but society deems them as a man, they're not a woman then, correct?
No, that would be like an appeal to authority, basically.
Well, you said it's a social construct. I'm
Yeah.
appealing to your definition, which is a societal understanding of what they are. And I'm saying if society sees them as a man, but they declare themselves as a woman, then they are a man because it's a social construct and society dictates what they are, correct?
No, because like
No, so it's not a social construct
It
then.
is
You
a social
understand that?
construct. Like there's an
How is it a
understanding-
social construct? In my example, society deems them as something that they say they're not.
Yeah, because you can't like literally the second part is that you can't define transgender people out of existence. Like it's part of the fact that
So it's
because
not
we-
a social construct. It's just something that you could declare. That's what you think gender
well,
is.
no. So gender is something that like
Well, how
is-
no? In my example,
So,
how no?
do you
If
understand what a
society
social
deems them as a
construct
man,
is?
but they declare themselves as a woman, you're saying they're still a woman.
Yeah, so because like you're basically just appealing to majority at that point.
Well, I'm appealing to society, being that
Yeah.
your definition is
That's
it's a
logically
social
fallacious.
construct.
Yeah, that
That's
is logically
fallacious?
Yeah, appealing to society. is-
Demonstrate to me how that's logically fallacious.
Yeah,
I'm going
because-
with your exact definition.
because we understand
What do you think
that
social
societies
construct
are not
means? What
truth
do you-
tracking.
Okay, what is a social construct? You're saying
Yeah,
it's a
it's-
social construct.
It's something
And
that's
I'm saying,
defined-
okay, the society they live in is not agreeing with their self-identification. In what way is that a social construct if the society around somebody disagrees with them?
Yeah, so a social contract is something that is created by society and based off of like
Right.
societal or like within society rather than like a natural thing. So like sex would be
Right.
something that's pinned upon a natural thing, because we understand that sex is based off of biology. Gender, on the other hand, is
Well, I understand that. I don't know if you understand that.
well, yeah, I understand what sex is, but
Can a male become a female?
No, not
No,
within
right.
Homo sapiens.
So when a trans woman says they're MTF, male to female, that's you're saying they're just lying,
It's a
right?
bit of a misnomer because of like the historical, like that gets into like transsexual.
No, I don't care about history.
stuff.
You would admit that they're lying and being dishonest,
Well, I
correct?
would say the MTF is just a bit of a historical misnomer.
Okay, so but again, you're not answering my question. It's a
We
yes or no
understand
question.
what they're
It's a
saying,
lie, correct?
but it
They're
is a
not a
historical
female.
misnomer.
When they say they're
Yeah,
male to female, they're not a female. They're lying to
yeah, I
people,
would agree
correct?
that they're not a female, but that doesn't mean that
You
they're
would
not a
agree that they're
woman.
lying. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I
Thank you
would
for
agree
that.
that they're not females, but
Okay, they're not females, right?
because,
So
like
what
I
is
said,
a
it's a
woman then?
historical misnomer.
So you're
They,
saying a woman has nothing to do with the sex that they are. So what is a woman?
yeah, so under like my definition, it'd be a cisgender adult human female or a transgender adult human male.
A cisgender adult human female or transgender adult
Mhm.
human male? That makes no sense. How are you transgender if you don't know what a woman is? That's a recursive definition. How could you be
Yeah,
transgender if the definition is of a woman, a transgender adult human male? That makes no sense.
yeah. So just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's like
No, that's called a
fictitious.
recursive definition. Do you know what
Yeah, so
recursion means?
yeah, I understand what recursion is.
A
What is a
trans woman
recursion?
is a man who thinks they're a woman, right? The
No,
word
it's a
woman
male.
includes the word transgender. How does that work?
Yeah, so like being transgender simply means that you have a sex that's or your gender isn't, you know, in line with what
Yeah.
you are your sex is. So like for a
Right.
male,
So the
this would
gender in
typically
this case will
be
be a woman and your sex will be a male, right? And the definition of a woman includes the word transgender. How is that possible? That's called recursion.
yeah, and like
Yeah,
it's not like
you see that now? You
do
admit
you
that?
understand that like I'm not
I don't
saying
think
that a
you
woman.
understand.
Yeah, so do you understand what revision theory is?
Revision. Can you just like stick to one topic instead of pivoting?
Well,
Your
yeah, because
definition of a woman includes the word transgender, who is an adult human male, right?
yeah,
That's what you just said.
when I'm saying that they're transgender is that like a
How do they know
transgender
they're
male.
transgender if they don't know what the definition of the other gender is?
Well, yeah, because they know that they're not cisgender, that their gender does not align with their sex.
Okay, how do they know it doesn't align with their sex if the definition of a woman includes the
Because
word transgender?
do you understand that people understand themselves?
I understand that people can
Oh,
be delusional and think that there's something. I understand that people could think they're a dog when they're
well,
not.
yeah. So like you're implying that like gender has some sort of objective definition there.
Well, it does. Yeah, it's an adult
Yeah.
human
So how
female.
something
That's
that's
what a woman
entirely
is.
subjective in nature be objective?
Well, this is your claim. I think your definition is laughably dumb and low IQ.
Yeah,
The definition of a woman is an adult
yeah.
female human
Unfortunately for
being.
you, I know what my IQ is. It's 106. Anyways, let's go
106
back.
is like very low.
No, that's average.
That's like slightly above average.
Yeah, it's slightly above average. So like it's
Yeah,
not
that's
low.
like pathetic.
Average
Average
is
IQ
average.
is very low.
Maybe it would be expected of like a 23-year-old. Wow, maybe
Right.
like I'm an average person.
106. That's not
Yeah.
something to brag about.
Well, you said that I'm low IQ, so
You
I
are.
was just, I was just
That is
positing
low
empirical
IQ.
evidence against
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
So,
Like,
so
what
Not
if-
high IQ.
You realize average by definition can't be low because it would be average. That doesn't make
Right.
any sense.
So again, what is a woman? You have no definition for a woman. That doesn't lead to recursion.
that's like implying that that like
No, it's not implying anything. You're like dodging and ducking and
Yeah, but,
diving.
like,
Can you just answer a simple question?
you didn't understand what revision theory is, do you?
Well, you pivoted to a new topic. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to
revision
get you back to
theory,
the original
under
topic.
revision theory, which I hold to.
Yeah, okay, another
It's fine to
pivot.
have
Yeah.
some circularity within definitions, and there's like empirical ways that we can actually deduce if this is going to be a truth tracking definition, if there's going to be like a leveling out over time, and if you do this for a cisgender or transgender adult human female, or just cisgender adult human female, you would actually understand that it does equate out to like a stable definition. The group of women is stable over time.
Okay, more mumbo jumbo nonsense.
Yeah, it's called
What is a
philosophy.
woman? Can you just
It's
like
the way-
answer the question
yeah,
directly?
so
Why is this so hard
it's
for
a
you?
cisgender adult human female or a transgender adult human
Okay,
male.
and
If
again,
you
you
can't
use a
keep up with
definition that has
philosophy, that's a
recursion
you
in it.
problem. Yeah, I've
Well,
already
if you don't
explained to
understand what
you.
recursion is, that's a you problem.
Yeah,
How could you be transgender if you don't know what a woman is?
Yeah, so like this isn't in, like,
If
an
you're a
essentials definition.
transgender woman, right? That's the term. I'm a transgender woman. The word woman includes the word transgender. How could that be a definition? That makes zero sense.
Yeah,
Literally zero sense. And the fact that you're so low IQ means you don't see that.
yeah, you can understand that like a transgender male would understand that they're not a cisgender male, correct?
A transgender male would understand they're not a cisgender male. Okay, so how would they know they're transgender without knowing what in this case, so you're saying a transgender male, how would they be transgender without knowing what a woman is?
Yeah,
How do they know
could
that,
base it
oh,
off
my
of
sex
what
doesn't align with
cisgender.
my gender? How do
Yeah,
they know that without knowing what a woman
they
is?
can base the idea of gender of off of what a cisgender woman.
Okay, so give the definition of what a woman is then. You just said
Yeah.
they can base their idea off of what a woman is. Okay, so what is a woman?
Great. I'm getting a restriction because of you.
All right. TikTok doesn't like facts, I guess. I don't
No,
know.
they don't like harassment and bullying, I guess.
And how is this harassing or bullying?
That's not my problem. That's a you problem.
Was it calling you low IQ? Was that it?
It might have been, but
Yeah.
I don't mind that much. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah. Do you understand that like a transgender, male could understand what a cisgender female is?
A transgender male could understand what a cisgender female is. I understand that they could understand that. So your definition of a woman is a
so
cisgender female?
they could understand that they fit in under the category of woman, correct?
Okay, so that now you're changing your definition. So a woman is somebody who fits in the category of a
Well, that's.
cisgender female. Is that your new definition?
Do you agree that definitions are describing the category? So anything that follows underneath the description necessarily
Well,
fits
I
in
agree
within the
with that.
category?
Yeah, and the
Okay, so
category
yeah,
of
so I'm not
woman is
changing
an
my
adult human
definition.
female.
No, it's a cisgender adult. Well, I guess that it could be a
Yeah.
definition, but that's not. There's
That
no
is the
objective
definition, but okay.
definition. How are you getting an objective
Because who?
definition? for a
Okay, if it's not
subjective one?
okay, so what's an alternative definition? You still haven't given one.
Yeah,
That's
I've
not
already
recursive.
given you a definition.
Okay, so
You
it
just don't
fits
like it.
in the category of cisgender female. Is that your new definition?
No, it's a transgender adult human male.
So again, you're going back to recursion. You don't understand what recursion
Yeah,
is, so that's why
you
this
also
is so
don't
difficult for you.
understand. You don't understand like revision theory either. So
Well,
your
well,
revision
that's called a
theory.
pivot.
Yeah. So do you know what revision theory is?
It has nothing. Revision theory has literally nothing to do with recursion.
Yeah,
Do you
it
understand that?
does. It allows for
No,
circular,
it doesn't.
for
It
circular
actually doesn't.
definitions. Yeah,
It actually doesn't.
let's pull up revision theory's Wikipedia.
Yep.
Revision theory.
Whatever
is a
theory you have,
subfield
it doesn't
of-
override the English language and logic.
Yeah, it's a subfield of philosophical logic and consists of a general theory that definitions including but not limited to circular independent concepts or
Yeah.
limited to circular independent concepts. A circular
Yeah.
definition.
Again, it doesn't override the English language and logic.
Yeah, so revision theory provides formal semantics and defined expressions that allow for the study of circular expressions.
So let me ask you this. Is there ever a case where a person does not fit into the category of cisgender female and they could still be considered a transgender woman?
I would doubt that anybody who's a cisgender adult human female would ever be considered a man.
No, I'm asking you, is there ever a case where there is a male who claims to be a woman, but they don't fit into the category? Is that possible?
Well, yeah, because claim is not being transgender. You don't claim to be transgender. You are transgender.
You don't claim to be transgender. So if I express the
Yeah.
fact that I'm a woman, right? I express the fact that I'm a woman
Yeah.
and I have a beard. I'm 6'5". I'm jacked. I have a penis. I have balls, right? I have short
Yeah.
hair.
Yeah,
I don't wear makeup. Am I a woman?
So what would your definition or like your understanding of a woman
No,
be?
I'm doing an internal critique of your horrible definition.
Well, yeah, but like this is dependent on the individual at this point.
Okay, and I just
Because-
gave you the example.
Because being transgender and cisgender, like these are still like somewhat arbitrary in terms of like there is no
Right.
absolute definition of what
Yeah.
fitting within the understanding of what like your
Well,
society
thank you
is
for
and
admitting your
gender is.
definition is absurdly weak. Thank you for that.
Well,
but
it is
again, I'm
subjective.
giving you the scenario. Okay, it's subjective.
Yeah.
So am I a woman in that case?
Yeah, I would hold them if you are transgender, then yes.
So it
If
has
you-
nothing to do with the category then. So your definition is moot.
Well,
as-
it depends on if you're transgender.
You just
or not.
admitted it has nothing to do with
Because-
the categorization.
Yeah, so or if you're like agender too, it's possible that
No, I didn't use the word agender. I said I'm a male who declares that I'm a woman, and I put woman on every form. I introduce myself as a woman. However, I have short hair. I'm 6'5". I'm jacked. I have no tits, I have a penis, I have balls, I'm
My
super
question
hairy.
is, why would being 6'5" matter in that example?
I know you're confused. I get it. I know
Well,
you're
height
No,
has
I
a
nothing
don't.
to
very
do
confused
with.
person. I do understand that. Thank you.
I was asking a
Yeah,
general.
I know I do
genuine
get you're
question.
confused. You could maybe look up why are men taller than women? You could maybe look that
Yeah,
up.
no,
we
one
understand
time.
that there's biological
yeah, males
differences.
Right.
tend to be taller, sure,
Right.
but that doesn't
Okay.
mean that it's
Good
impossible.
interjection. Solid. Let's let the
I
host
was
answer
going
this
to
one.
say, just because
Yeah.
males
Yeah, got it.
typically
Yeah,
are
good.
taller doesn't mean
Right,
that
that's
females
fantastic.
can't be 6'5".
That's awesome. Well, when we're talking about categories, right? I'm using stereotypes, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I would reject
Yeah.
that. I'm
Right.
using
Okay.
stereotypes.
So
I mean,
solid.
you can use
Take those brain
stereotypes
cells
if you
and
want
allow
to.
them to collide.
Yeah,
Allow
you can
those
use stereotypes
allow
if
those
you
brain
want to, but
cells
you're
to connect.
oversimplifying the category.
Right. So again, can
By
you answer the
definition.
question? Okay. I
Hey,
am
Shiva.
you're the one who's using a
Yeah,
categorical
would you have the
definition.
desire to live as a woman?
So again, can you answer the question?
Yeah, I'm asking a clarifying question. Does
Okay.
this individual have like the desire to live as a woman?
Their desire is to never shave. Their desire is to continue to be super
Yeah, would you
hairy.
like
Their
to
desire is
answer
to
the
not chop
question?
off their penis.
So, yeah, do they have a desire to live as a woman?
Well, I already told you. Yeah, they live as a woman in the sense that they say they're a woman, but they don't do anything to make them appear like a woman. I don't know why this is so hard for you
Yeah,
to
this just
understand.
seems like a bad faith like idea of like what somebody being
No.
transgender is.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
Well, yeah, like
Is
you
that
can
what I'm
claim to
hearing?
be transgender and not actually be transgender.
So you would say that they're not actually transgender. You would say
Yeah,
they're lying.
there's ways that you could actually like look at this objectively.
Okay.
Within a
I agree with
society.
you. I would also say that they're lying. I would agree with you.
Yeah, if they're not living their life as a woman and they're like actually just claiming.
Well,
to
they
be a
are.
woman-
They're telling people they're a woman.
Yeah, but my definition isn't that you simply.
Okay, so
claim to
when
be
you
a
say
woman.
living life as a woman, what steps do they have to take to do that? They have to
Yeah,
wear
that's gonna
makeup.
be
Is that what you're
that's gonna be
saying?
entirely down to society.
Okay, I'm asking you. So now you're the one who has the subjective definition. I'm asking
Well,
you
yeah.
now.
So how
What
am I
steps do
supposed
they
to
need to
love you?
take for you to consider them not
There's
lying?
nothing necessary. It all comes down to what's happening within a society.
Well, I mean, it clearly is something necessary because in this case, you said they're lying.
Something that relies on societies for meaning needs to have the context of the society to make sense. Is that a
Right.
wild
Well,
claim?
I already gave the example. Society says that they're a man, even though they say they're a woman, and you said that they're still a woman.
Well, so it depends on like the
You
actual
said I
actions.
appealed
If they're
to
de
majority
facto-
before when I said
Yeah,
that.
so if
You
if
said
they're
that
de
was an
facto
appeal
not
to
living their
majority.
life, if they're de facto not living their life as a woman, within like the expectations or like traditional sense of like what they would expect as a woman, they're just not living their life as a woman. They're not.
No, they
transgender.
are. They're saying they're a woman. Okay, and then I said, okay, what steps do they need to take to convince you that they're a woman? Because in this case, you said they're lying. They're not actually transgender.
Yeah, it is just that they would want to live.
So
their
what do
life
they
as a
need to
woman.
do? List out some steps. They need to wear makeup or something. What do they
No,
need
because
to do?
this is all going to
They
be.
need to
very
get their
contextually
genitals chopped
dependent.
off. They need to get hormones put in them.
Yeah. So
What do they
so
need?
what are you not understanding of that? Like do you understand that presentations like are different across different societies? Like, are you just not understanding this, or what are you not understanding?
Go ahead. Say that again.
Yeah, you do understand that like presentations are different across the society, like different societies.
I mean, I think I understand. I don't think you understand that.
Well, yeah, I understand that. That's why I'm not giving you like objective definitions.
My
I'm not gonna-
definition doesn't rely
I'm
on
not gonna
someone's
try to
presentation.
pin-
I don't know why this is
Yeah,
so
mine
hard for you
doesn't
to
either.
understand. Well, it does. You just said it's a societal understanding of what
Yeah,
a
there's
woman
nothing
is.
objective about what I'm saying though. It's all based off of what.
Yeah,
the
I
society
know
is.
that. Thank you. I do understand you have like a terrible definition that makes no sense. Thank you for admitting
Well,
that.
you not understanding the definition isn't actually like a thing about me. It just,
I don't think you understand your own definition.
yeah, I understand what my own.
You just said if they fit in the category of what a cisgender female is, that's what your definition is. I'm asking you very specifically, what is that category? And you go, well, it's based on society. I can't give that answer.
Well, yeah, I can't give an objective definition.
And then
of
I said,
something that's
okay,
what
what if society says you're not a woman? And then you go,
Yeah.
well, that doesn't matter either. It matters if the person thinks they are.
Yeah, these
That's
are
that.
new. Like
this
you're
is
trying
your
to make it
logic
black
trick.
and white, but it's not. So this is like an oversimplification.
Well, trying to make what black and white? I'm trying to
Hey,
get
Dirk,
a definition.
Dirk,
I don't know why this
Dirk,
is so hard for you.
Dirk. I'm a trans woman. Can you ask me the question?
Okay, yeah. What is a woman?
Someone who covers their drink when you walk into a bar, you fucking piece of shit.
All right, good one. So, yet another mentally ill person not knowing what a woman is. Got it.
I bet you don't even know what a mental illness is or for how they're classified.
Well, I
within
already
society.
explained.
Do you
to your
think
mental
women
illness.
ever actually want to interact with you?
Well, are you married by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, you are. To what? A
Yeah.
woman? A real woman?
I am married to a non-binary individual.
Oh, so not a real woman. Got it.
Well, they're non-binary. They exist outside
Yeah.
of like the typicalities of like a binary gender.
They're not a
norm.
woman.
Okay, good.
This is
Yeah,
just like a
thank you for
misunderstanding of
admitting
what
that.
non-binaries are.
So I think I have more of the authority on the
Critical
topic
blunder.
as to how to get real women than you do.
Yeah.
right?
So what is the what's your understanding of what non-binary is? Just see if
Well,
you
it's another mental illness where somebody doesn't know what gender they are.
Well, actually, no. It's not a mental illness because you're claiming
course
that
it
there's
is.
like a norm to gender that's right or versus wrong. You're claiming like some sort of
Conservatism
ethical.
and bigotry is a mental illness.
Bigotry is a mental illness. Who am I bigoted towards? Mentally ill people?
I mean,
Trans
you
pe-
shouldn't actually be bigoted
So
towards
yes.
mentally ill people. There's
I
still
wouldn't say
people
I'm
at the end of the
bigoted
day.
towards them. I just don't think they exist.
Oh yeah, so that is just transphobia.
Oh, well, you know
that
nothing
trans
about
people
history
don't
or
exist
science or
don't
anything?
exist.
I would actually-
it's called
so-
a trend, and they're seeking attention.
So I would actually
Yeah,
argue
so-
that if
trend
you
that's
if you
lasted,
don't
like,
believe
10,000
trans people
years?
exist, you are delusional and therefore are mentally ill because we do know empirically that trans people exist. So denying
Well-
the existence of trans people is just delusional.
Well, it doesn't exist because you
people have
can't be the
existed
opposite
since-
gender as to what you're born as.
Well, yeah. How is that logically?
Just like I say,
follows
like,
when genders.
You know,
Yeah,
trans species doesn't exist. You can't be a different
Yeah,
species.
nobody
yeah.
thinks
Well, hold
transspeciesism
on.
is a real thing.
Yeah, species is.
Well, there
based
are
off of
people that think
biology.
they're like a dog. You
No,
understand
they
that?
don't.
Yeah. well,
No,
we
they
underst-
don't. That doesn't exist.
Yeah. So Therians are. Is
Are
a
you talking
different-
about furries?
No, I'm not talking about furries. I'm talking about people who genuinely think they're like a wolf or a dog.
Unfortunately,
Oh, well, they are
that does
mentally ill.
exist, but the population of that.
Oh, I
is
thought
small.
that a tranny
Yeah,
just said they
it's-
don't
it's a bit
exist.
of a different.
Hey, you can't
Now
say
you're
that. That's a
throwing out
slur.
slurs.
Yeah, that's
Well,
Yeah,
what's
you're
the
just,
slur? Is tranny
Yeah,
is
that's
a
a
slur
slur.
now?
yes, it is.
Yeah,
Wha-
it's been-
how is that a
It's been a
slur?
It's been historically used
Tranny?
as a slur.
Okay,
Since
so
when?
this is your last warning on that word. If you didn't know it is a slur before, it is a slur. And we told you multiple times it was, and you just kept saying it.
Iconic remove
Well,
them. I'm
I would
That was
consider
fun.
I would consider that slurring to run, but still, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like argumentation.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I didn't like that argument either. I feel like I went down a bad path for it.
That
Yeah,
man has never touched a woman in his life consensually.
like I understood where you're going, but like generally, just I didn't like that. Like your argumentation. Oh, my phone froze.
No, that's fair. And it's good that you're not afraid to tell me when I'm wrong.
You didn't like my argumentation?
No,
Or
so
his.
Mine,
so
yeah.
host. the
Yeah, no,
host.
that was kind of a bad like the route that I was going down
Yeah.
was like kind of poor. I do think
You're being
that,
too nice.
Yeah. I do need to look more into like how we've established gender so that I can actually better like represent that. Hey, this is something that's like subjective in nature. So like if you just declaring it as not being a thing doesn't make it, you know. Like you
I
can't
also want to
just-
know. Oh, sorry.
You can't just like define trans people out of a category.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it
also
just
want
doesn't
to.
do anything.
I also want to know your argumentation for sex being immutable.
Oh, I wouldn't say that it's like completely immutable, but under like the idea that sex is something that is like denoted by your, you know, what you are. I would say that like under current technology that it's, you know, we can change some of the characteristics of sex, but that we generally have accepted that it's more of like appeal to history at that point.
Well, I mean,
It's just bimodal.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's a spectrum.
I would actually disagree with both of those. So, the term denote doesn't have any place in how we're defining sex. I wouldn't even say sex is bimodal. I would just say sex is binary. Sex traits, the traits that we use to define sex, are bimodal, absolutely. And those traits are mutable. And if we're using these traits to define sex, and these traits are in fact immutable, then it would be logically consistent to say that therefore sex can be mutable if enough of these traits change, which is what we see in medical science, and that's how we've defined sex for a while. That's why I was confused, wondering what your argumentation was for that.
Yeah, I wasn't going down a good path with that. I need to learn the argument better that like it's that you run, because it's better. So
I run
Isn't
any
that
argument
what
someone.
bimodal means, though?
Yes, I know what bimodal means.
No, I'm just asking. Like, I'm not trying to argue. I'm just
Yeah, I know. That's why I just said yes. I know what bimodal means.
Hi, Wood. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Okay, never mind.
Tiger and he, I guess.
Your
Oh,
age?
19.
Oh,
19.
I don't know where Tiger came from. Do you disagree with prompt or?
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm trying to read this and was trying to understand the way you guys were putting it, because like the healthcare being a crisis. I mean, sure, but the whole like naming cisgender healthcare versus trans healthcare is not true. You're saying gender affirmation care versus regular checkup visits are completely different care. One's covered by insurance and one is not.
Yeah, how is that just not like appeal to norms?
How does it not
I
appeal
don't
to norms?
care. Yeah, I just don't care that one's covered by insurance or not. It doesn't mean that it's like right versus wrong. Like
It
insurance companies are not
a
tracking.
person with a cold is higher priority than somebody of the opposite sex getting hormones.
Well, I'd also like to argue that my insurance fully covered every single bit of my transition completely.
Yeah. It
And
just
they're
depends
talking
if
about, like,
you have a good
hundreds of
insurance company.
Me too.
Yeah, we're
Universal
talking about, like-
healthcare, W.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of treatment that was covered by my insurance. Government insurance, ACA.
But it wasn't needed treatment. It was optionary,
Yeah, no, it was considered
which is
medically
why it's
necessary.
higher priority.
No, it was considered medically necessary.
How is that medically necessary?
I would consider anything that's expected to lead to better life outcomes as medically necessary.
That's what doctors typically deem something to be medically necessary. There are obviously things that have higher priority. For example, I've also had a double compound fracture that had to get treated first before anything else, because that is immediately life-threatening. But something being medically necessary,
Right.
like Stoat said, is just going to be anything that a doctor deems would be higher, a betterment of outcome of life. That's what doctors
Right, so what
typically
do you-
deem something to be medically necessary.
And like the order
Right,
that we
what do you
treat
name-
things and like the classification of something, that comes more down to like politics than morals. I don't really care about politics. They're kind of silly in my opinion. They're important to talk about, but they're just not the conversation I want to have here.
Because I support Trump.
Right. And what?
Nothing. Just go for what you're saying. Just continue with what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that's why. And I don't want to argue with you, Mama. No, I fold
No,
my chair.
no. Politics have nothing to do with healthcare in the sense of how things are run.
What? Yes, they fucking do.
They do not.
Politics are like the way
What?
that we
The
organize
healthcare system does their own thing compared to politics.
Yeah, so politics literally determine what is covered by Medicare and Medicaid, and that sets the standard for other insurance companies what they should and shouldn't cover. Like, yes,
Yeah,
politics.
that's for insurance, but
Yeah,
that's not how the
politics is
hospital runs a
about-
hospital.
Yeah, so the politics are about who gets what, when, and how. That's what politics studies is.
Yeah.
Is what, when, and how. I don't really care. I'm caring about like, should people have access to this stuff in the first place? Like there is like a political discussion of like, how do we implement these things? But like I don't really care at that point because like or at this point because like it's so far from that most people
Yeah.
disagree about it.
I was want to say politics literally determine if we if we government fund hospitals and how those doctors are able to treat their patients and what they're allowed to do and give their patients. Healthcare generally is highly political, but that's like so said. That's not the point of the conversation. Like if you deny healthcare is political, that's like insane to me.
Right. Okay. So what is, going back to it, what is cisgender healthcare and transgender health? What's the difference to you?
I don't see any like actual like difference, at least not morally.
Then why is there even a prompt if there's no difference?
Yeah, I don't. Other people's do. That's the problem.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I'm confused. Why, if you
when
if you made the
deem-
prompt,
when doctors deem something as medically necessary, then why are people saying that they shouldn't have access to it?
that's not even that though. You made the prompt of transgender healthcare versus cisgender healthcare, and now you're saying that you don't think there's a difference.
Yeah, I'm asking why other people think that's the case. Why is transgender healthcare a moral crisis but a human right for cisgender individuals?
Then your prompt should be
Why-
completely different. It should be, why do you people think that transgender healthcare is different from cisgender healthcare? not why is transgender healthcare. You're talking about it like it's already a difference. What?
It is different because people have made it different.
Yeah. Do you disagree
Then the prompt should
that,
be, why is it
that
different?
there any difference between the two? Morally? Because I don't see any moral difference.
I mean, there's
some,
definitely is
like-
a difference, dude.
Yeah, so what's the moral
going to the
difference?
doctor, moral difference. I mean, I don't know how you'd put that.
Yeah, there's no moral
It's not a
difference
moral
'cause
difference as much
it's
as on
both-
paper.
Yeah, both people are treating humans. We're giving human people, like humans, treatment to conditions that we understand. Well, you know, we're giving them treatment that we know will lead to better outcomes. Typically,
It's not even leads to better outcomes. It's treating a patient because of an illness. So I mean,
so how's that any different if we're giving somebody with gender dysphoria?
because that's optional.
Hormones.
That is not needed.
No,
I don't
it
need
is. We understand that it is medically necessary because it leads to better outcomes.
in what
It would be
fucking world is that
harmful.
ever going to be medically necessary?
Yeah, so we understand that it's like it's for the
Where's
same
your source?
reasons.
Give me a fucking link. Give me something that says it's medically necessary by every doctor.
Every
in the fucking
major
United
medical
States.
association on the planet.
Great, go give me a link.
Yeah, so like
Grab
the
me a
W path,
fucking link that says that.
You just look at the W path. The standards are carried by the W path.
All I'm saying is that gender affirmation in itself is optional care. You're not gonna fucking die if you don't get your tits chopped off.
I mean, I would have.
No, that wouldn't kill
I
you.
would
It's
have if
not
I didn't
fucking
have hormones.
what.
Yeah,
That is-
like
You're,
I would
fucking-
on the live.
you're
if I
more
didn't
likely
get
to
my turn.
fucking die with hormones.
That's actually not true, but
How?
100% is true. You're putting a different
it's
substance
not.
in your body.
You know,
that's
both
not how that
sexes
works, right?
have testosterone.
Have estrogen and
right?
testosterone, but they're balanced for a fucking reason.
Yeah, so under
They're
the
not meant to be
statements.
fucked with.
It's not the same balance.
So
What do you mean it's not the
For
same
everyone,
balance?
it's not even. It's
Yeah, great. We can bring
It's
up
a general
PCOS in
range.
women. We can bring up fucking low testosterone in men. But that still makes the point of you can't put estrogen in a man and not expect something to go wrong. You can't put testosterone in a woman and not expect something to go wrong.
We actually can, and we do, because hormones
why
affect
does
the
it
body.
work then?
So hormones
Yes.
affect the body the exact. Hormones affect the body the exact same way, whether it's put into a male or a female body. It's going to have the same exact effect.
Where are you
Because the
getting this
differences
information
between
from?
the differences between our sex is not as much as people would like to think.
Yeah, so under the statements and recommendations from the W path, statement 5.3.d, ensure that any mental health conditions that could negatively impact the outcome of gender affirming medical treatments are assessed with conditions and benefits discussed before a decision is made regarding treatment. Like their cisgender counterparts, transgender people may have mental health programs. Treatment for mental health programs can and should occur in conjunction with GAMSTs when medical transition is needed. This is literally just saying that medical transition is needed sometimes. It is vital that gender affirming care is not impeded unless in some extremely rare cases there is robust evidence that doing so is necessary to prevent significant decompensation with the risk of harm to self of others. In those cases, it is also important to consider the risks delaying GAMSTs poses to a transgender person's mental and physical health.
Right. So you're saying what you're basically saying is transgender is a mental illness.
Yeah. So gender dysphoria is, and yeah, we should treat gender dysphoria just like any other mental illness, and the way that we treat gender dysphoria is by affirming. The affirmative
All right,
model is
and
the only
now-
one that has shown to led to clinically better outcomes.
I got a question for Corrupt. How do you agree with the fact that you have a mental illness?
I don't know if
Me?
I don't know if Mama has gender dysphoria.
I don't, and I wouldn't. And gender dysphoria is a disorder, not a mental illness.
Yeah.
Disordered thinking is the same as a mental illness. Mental illness requires delusion, hallucinations, or anything of the sort. Mental illness. I mean,
No.
disorders are just disorders. Disorder.
Automatically wrong.
That's
Mental illness is literally it's not hallucinations.
I'm not saying it's only hallucinations, but mental illness is specifically something that is apart from disordered thinking. Mental disorders are specifically disordered thinking, and disordered rationale. A mental illness is going to be something more akin to a delusion, incorrect belief in reality, hallucinations, etc. Those would be considered mental illnesses.
Yeah, the APA says that gender dysphoria is not considered. Yeah, so the APA says that gender dysphoria is not considered a mental illness in itself, but rather the distress arising from the mismatch is what's considered
Okay.
problematic.
Okay, so with this being said, every question I've asked you and you went and looked it up, and everyone else in here has disagreed. It seems that you're not checking sources and figuring out definitions before you even get up here and make a live.
Well, I understand that it's not like considered a like something.
No,
that
I mean
have,
you
like, a
fully
wrong way of
just said it
thinking.
and then got proved wrong when you
Yeah,
looked
so
up the
mental
definition.
illness is implying that there's something wrong with the way you're thinking. I reject that it's that. But it is in the
You
DSM-5.
just said it with that though. No, you 100% just said it was a
it's
mental
in the
illness.
DSM-5, which means that it's some sort of mental, condition that should be treated.
You said mental illness. You
Well, why don't we
exact
actually
words.
speak to somebody who has like actual like medical, like Atropos? You have actual like understanding.
Okay,
of
let's
this.
speak. Yeah, let's speak to a Atropos.
Cool. I'm a clinician, by the way. I'm licensed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew you were
Awesome.
something, but I wasn't sure because I know
Yeah.
that Ashland is like she has education in psychiatry, and so like, but not
For
an
sure.
actual like certificate.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
So true.
totally. Yeah. Everyone has their different levels. I am, clinically, I am able to diagnose. So I am definitely able to speak to this. So what's your question?
Okay, so we've been having this little back and forth here where he tells me something and then goes and looks it up and it's completely different. What do you think about gender dysphoria being a mental illness?
I think that the host has been totally on point. I think that mental illness is more of a colloquial term that we use nowadays in conversation, but the reality is the DSM is a diagnostic statistical manual of behavioral disorders. So it's really not looking at the internal state of a person and determining that they're crazy or ill per se. What it's looking at is whether whatever symptoms they have are affecting their ability to participate in society as capitalism expects them to work
Right.
9 to 5 and be okay. So gender dysphoria is a disorder, meaning that because of a distress experience based on incongruence between sex and gender, this can impede their daily functioning in terms of hygiene, in terms of being able to go to class, go to work, sustain themselves as a human being without being on disability.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay, so what do you think about what do you think the difference is between transgender healthcare and I guess cisgender healthcare?
Well, realistically, I think that, like what you were saying earlier, it's really important to acknowledge that a trans person's medical care is going to be very similar to that of a cis person's care on many accounts, like a common cold. Everyone can get a cold, but the distinct psychological experience of someone who's trans is going to come with potential gender dysphoria. I think that that's something that could be experienced by cis people, but it's distinct in that trans people are seeing a major incongruence with their sex, whereas a cis person is seeing a desire to embody further what they already present as, let's say. Does that make sense?
Right. Agreed. So like let me ask you this, like priority when it comes to healthcare. What would be higher priority? Would it be gender affirmation or would it be the common cold for either transgender or cisgender?
I would say that just at face value, if let's say both of these people walked into an ER saying that they needed help and they needed some kind of medical care, I would actually naturally assume in terms of triage, like meaning who's more emergent here, who do I need to look at first? I would probably go to the trans person because statistically and most likely they're experiencing some level of depression and suicidal ideation. And that is what makes it more emergent.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Right.
Now,
And it's something that can't be helped necessarily without treatment, whereas a common cold will resolve on its own.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so look at it this way. And I'm not like trying to prove you wrong by keep bringing up points. It just makes it easier to be put into words, I guess.
Yeah. I appreciate giving answers, so go for
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So, because that is actually a really good answer. Like looking at it from the depression side of it at face value. Okay. So look at it like say. Okay, so insurance company deviates from actual doctors thinking because an actual doctor is going to take that at face value and going to try for the most important patient and get everything done. So it shouldn't be a problem. Nobody should feel left out, right? But I feel like the main problem that everyone is thinking about would have to be obviously some form of politics. There's got to be an issue there, and they're thinking somehow, and they think there's an issue. You know what I mean? And insurance companies, because 100% doctors, you're gonna get help regardless. You know, they're gonna find some way to fucking either keep you on going or whatever. You know, they deviate from everything always.
It sounds like you're worried. There's been like a common kind of argument or, take from like, folks. I think what you're speaking to is this idea that insurance is covering too much or that they're, they're getting luxuries of insurance coverage that, let's say, cis women are not. And I don't think that can really, like, to me, if I were thinking about this in terms of like the conspiracy that insurance is just looking to milk people and keep them medicated for life or something like that, I think there's a far more lucrative medication that they could find. Because realistically, after insurance, I mean, HRT is what, maybe like $15, give or take, depending on where you are. So, I mean, not exactly a moneymaker, compared to chemotherapy.
Right.
So, I mean, I get it, but
no, I mean, I was saying something different. Like, that's a good point too, but I was saying like insurance companies are that crisis, are that moral crisis. You know what I mean? Because they don't take into account at face value as, say, a doctor would.
Well, it's a politic. That's like politics discussion at that point.
Yeah,
like,
for sure. That's why I said
I'm not
politics in my
asking
first point.
What order? Like, there's, I mean, there's like a discussion there about like what order do we see patients, and like if let's say that there is this, thing that's happening where trans people are getting coverage and it's like preventing other people from getting the coverage. Like, I think that's morally wrong. Like, everybody should have access to, healthcare, equally.
Right,
So,
and that leans 100% into the politics. Like, but like politically an issue.
I have no, like, I don't, it doesn't seem like you really, have any problems against transgender individuals getting healthcare for like any moral reason, which is like what often is the case.
No, I mean, that's like whatever, do what you want. I'm just saying, I was just reading the prompt as it being said differently. Like it was, this is a moral crisis, but cisgenders can always get it. The case is there's a lot of people everywhere who gets discriminated against, including random cisgenders. You know what I mean? So it's 100% a political and an insurance issue.
It actually would be better if everybody was just taken seriously at face value to some extent, of like, if somebody's saying that they have a problem with things, we take them seriously and not assume that it's because of transgender or something like that, because that actually would hurt more cisgender individuals than even transgender individuals in the first place. I personally know individuals who have been affected because they were assumed to be transgender, or their condition wasn't taken seriously because they were transgender, and just, blown them off because of that. It's called transgender broken arm syndrome, and it's something that's like actually kind of well known to be a problem at this point.
Oh yeah, like I've personally been denied care for being trans because they try to focus on me being trans instead of literally anything else that was wrong with me, which is like, what the fuck?
I mean, you can
doctors say that it's because my hormones or something. Just go home, like.
Yeah. But this also hurts like cisgender individuals too. It like this is just directly harmful to everyone because people just aren't being taken seriously.
Yeah.
I
And
feel
I'm
like
gonna
it.
drop host. I'm so sorry to cut you off, dude. One more voice, and then you can respond. I'm gonna drop. Thank you so much for letting me say some stuff. I'll be chilling in the chat. But also, I just want to say to the guests before I go that while these debates can get heated, I think that it doesn't always have to take an authority in the room or the person with like a license in the room to speak some facts, you know? And I do find that this host and everyone that they panel with knows exactly what they're talking about. So I just want to, you know, say that you got to, you know, look into this stuff on your own and see for yourself so that when you go on, you know, a panel like this, you're not like assuming that everyone is wrong or assuming they're just out to prove you wrong. There is a lot of, you know, truth to a lot of these lives that I see. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah, I'll
It's
see you
always great to
soon.
have you up.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I agree with you completely. The ending of my point, I guess, before I drop out of here is, I feel like the prompt could be different. You know,
Yeah, it's
short.
hard to word it in a way that's short but also detailed. It's just a promo.
Healthcare being a mental crisis, right there. Everyone's healthcare being a mental crisis or a moral crisis.
Yeah, it is but a lot of people I'm trying to argue against are the people who say, hey, you know, this is morally wrong to to help transgender individuals. This is actually not a shockingly uncommon take. Like, it's shocking how common of a take it is. That
right. I mean,
we shouldn't be providing transgender individuals support for like a moral reason or like an argumentative reason.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's just going after one when there are, like you said, are many. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Oh, God.
No, I was gonna say I think trans healthcare is immoral.
I mean, what? I didn't understand that.
Oh, then don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, all healthcare being taken seriously is like important and a human right. You know what I mean? Regardless of anything. So.
Luigi.
What? I'm just
no.
fucking confused at this point.
Luigi.
No, Luigi.
Regardless.
The dude
I mean,
New York City unaliving murder. Does it sound ring any bells?
No.
Oh,
not at all.
There's a dude who he shot a CEO of one of the
Mr. Mangione.
Yeah, Mr. Luigi Mangione. He shot he assassinated the CEO of one of the healthcare things because of like
Allegedly. He's still
sorry.
been prosecuted.
It's not allegedly. He's going to jail.
Actually, some of the key evidence did get dismissed because of how the police mishandled it. So
yeah, we can. Yeah, it would be just allegedly at this point. I mean, there's a pretty good idea that we expected of him to have done it because of like the police doing the work. But yeah, it's still allegedly at this point.
Right.
We do know somebody assassinated the CEO of United Healthcare.
Well, I mean, he's dead. Yeah.
But beyond that,
yeah, like I said, I mean, it's just the prompt is very, like I said, you have it directed, which is cool. I mean, you're trying to get certain people to disagree, which, I mean, everybody disagrees with something. If you put up here, why is black healthcare different than white healthcare, you're going to get different people. You know what I mean? Everybody disagrees with something. So
that is
here's an animal. What is it? Argue. No.
that looks like an otter fucked a ferret.
Well, that's actually not too far off. It's a Tera. It's part of the weasel family. So like that's not. That actually isn't the furthest answer I've had.
I mean, it literally looks like an otter just fucked a ferret. Like,
yeah, it's a Tera. They're native to South America.
Right.
It's a type of weasel, I guess.
But yeah, like I said, you guys, I mean, keep up the debates. I enjoy listening to them. I love heated arguments. Like, just listening to them. They're great because everybody in itself, there's a little bit where everybody's wrong and a little bit where everyone's right.
Except for me, I'm always right.
Well, I wouldn't give you too much credit.
You just haven't heard me talk yet.
I'm glad. All right.
Okay.
All right, you guys. Yeah.
Boy forever.
Better see each other around.
Everyone knows I'm always right.
Why can I not accept that? What is tools?
Except about fixing my AC, apparently, because it's 80 degrees and my AC is still broken, and I'm
Oh, I can't
crying.
accept it now. Okay, I don't know. Freaking TikTok Live Studio. You're terrible.
I'm making one of those, like, strap bra things right now.
Hi, other genders. Can I get
Thanks,
your age and
Gunter.
pronouns, please?
Yeah, sure. It's 22. He, him.
Oh, isn't this guy like a troll that slurs? I guess we'll find out.
No, I was actually just up here because the topic was healthcare today, and I was just hoping to reconcile a disagreement that I had with the host. I think 2 weeks ago, the background at the time wasn't specifically about healthcare, but where our conversation kind of led to was about whether or not treating male people with gynecomastia was considered a double mastectomy or not, and the host was making the argument that that would be considered a double mastectomy. So I just wanted to
It's just
see if they've
top
kind of come
surgery.
up with any substantive evidence for that, or
No, I already told
That's
you
what
that
the
I agree
operation
that-
is.
Well, it's not like a double. It is breast reduction. It's different. I understand.
right,
I already
but in
considered
the lab
that.
that I'm referencing, you specifically classified it as a double
Yeah,
mastectomy,
and
which
I've already
transplant is
said
now
that it's
agreeing with you
not.
as. So I was just wondering if you had any substantive evidence or if you've relinquished that position.
Yeah, I already relinquished it last time. That
Okay,
wasn't a double
you do.
mastectomy.
Okay,
Yeah,
no.
it is
Okay,
just a
well, that's
different
it.
type of procedure, but it's similar in the sense that you're removing breast tissue.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's still
no,
called
no,
a breast.
that's really my only contention today.
Oh, okay.
I guess one other question that I had, though, I don't really care to debate on this, but I haven't heard a gender critical definition that excludes transgender people out of existence, just that recategorizes them. So I'd be curious, what's the definitions you've heard that excludes them from either category?
Well, yeah, like a cisgender adult human, or just an adult human female as like a woman would like de facto exclude males from that category at all. So like transgender woman wouldn't exist.
Right, but there's right. So the adult human female and adult human male understandings aren't going to exclude them in either of those categories. They're just going to categorize them differently on the basis of the sex category.
Well, yeah, but that
It's
doesn't.
not. It's not
it does
defining them
define
out of existence.
as-
They still exist in the categories, right?
Well, they
Yeah, I've
exist
heard-
within a different category.
Right. So
I've
they
heard
still
it-
exist in the categories, is what I'm hearing
Yeah.
from you, host.
I've heard GCs try to argue that woman specifically would be an adult human female that was natively born an adult human female that has never undergone any kind of surgical alterations, and same for adult human males being men, which I think is an insane definition because basically anyone who ever got any kind of cosmetic procedure
So
would
Marjorie
not
Taylor
be a
Greene's
man or
not a
a woman.
woman?
Yeah,
Mama,
anyone who
what I
got
was asking
cosmetic
for was
procedures would it be
was
a
the
man or a woman.
understanding that is exclusive of transgender people in a manner that defines them out of existence, like the background
Yeah,
suggests.
that defines them out of existence. They wouldn't be categorized as men or women because they would have had treatments done.
Yeah, well, obviously that definition has some problems outside of just
Well,
being
yeah.
trans exclusive. I haven't heard that specifically from GCs, but yeah, I would agree in that case that would be not only trans exclusive, but several other people with congenital conditions.
Yeah, I would think it's just impossible to define trans people out of existence with how they're trying to categorize what man and woman is.
Yeah, fair enough. Just the only reason why I said that is because I don't tend to hear arguments that I think explicitly are trying to remove their existence, just that categorize them differently. So that's really the only reason why I brought that up. But yeah,
Well,
host,
yeah,
if you're going to
yeah,
admit that that's not a double mastectomy and that definition isn't defining people out of existence, then I'm happy to.
Yeah, I
happy to
definitely
call it there.
misspoke when I said double mastectomy. It's definitely something different, and that's fine. I appreciate that you would actually correct me on that.
No, yeah, I appreciate you for having me up. Have a good one.
Okay,
God damn it!
but
I'm playing Minecraft and a creeper blew up my
Blew up.
freaking internet.
blew up.
It,
I'm playing
stop it!
Minecraft,
It
and
blew
it
up.
blew up in my face.
Can you stop?
I'm sorry, but I just immediately said, "Oh,
It
it's
blew up.
Bobby."
It blew up in your chat room. It blew up in your chat room. I don't know why you're being mean to me.
It's an Ashland. It's Ashland staying around though, or she's continuing to scroll.
I'm gonna cry. But no, people definitely have tried to define trans people out of existence. They're just like typically really
Hello?
bad.
Hi, can I get your age and pronouns, please?
As a fetus.
Oh, my gender is the real gender. There's only two genders.
How old are you? Oh, okay.
this was not going to go anywhere productive.
Well, I think my gender's a real gender. And I wait.
Subjectively,
So
yeah.
have I told you my
I fucking
argument
hate
about?
trans people. They can.
Oh, okay. Have I told you my argument about why I don't think most trans women are women?
No.
It's a real belief I have, and I think most trans men aren't men. It's simply that I take it to be the case that because of the neuroanatomy of the brain, oftentimes isn't in trans people doesn't fully align with it, that it would cause most trans people to fall under the category of non-binary rather than binary man or woman. Therefore, my contention with how we're defining trans women trans women and trans men would just mean that the vast majority of them would actually be non-binary trans masc or non-binary trans femme rather than just men or women.
Sorry, I was reading something else at the same time. I actually agree with you there to some extent. But like I think that under like cultures we can understand that like definitions change and like the ideas of genders can change. And I think there's like good reasons morally to like just the thing of woman, even if it like logically might not always make the most sense. Like there's like reasons why we should do this, even if it adds a little bit of confusion.
I agree. I think that it does hold utility to categorize them as women or men. But I think realistically, when we're talking about like the neuroanatomy and what we actually define to be non-binary, transgender, and men and women, I do think most trans people would fall into the category of non-binary.
Yeah, I definitely agree that there might be some actual differences within like the brain. I just don't see that as like a reason to reclassify them as anything else than what they desire to be, because like that's that gets into like some issues of like trans medicalism, which I just kind of stay away from, because I don't think that like there's any like medical necessity to being a male or a man or a woman. Like these are just constructed ideas at the end of the day.
I want to clarify. I don't believe that it should result in us reclassifying trans men and women as all being non-binary, but I think it's an important thing to note that in the future we probably should consider having this classification and encouraging trans people who are just non-binary to accept the fact that they're non-binary. Because I would simply argue that anyone whose gender identity doesn't fully align with the female sex, for example, if you don't want all the female sex characteristics, you're just being non-binary.
Yeah, no, I actually agree that like non-binary people should be like, you know, they should be accepted, you know, and they should just embrace that they're non-binary. I just I think that it's kind of problematic in the sense that like what is it like I think that I agree with you generally. I think there was just like you're towing a weird line there that I wasn't expecting. But yeah, that makes sense. So
I mean, I'm always towing a weird line, to be fair.
You running like conversations, it's like you plants and gender. They run the funniest lines. We're coming for.
Well, that's why I'm on the panel all the time, because we get along really well in that context. But like generally, like
such a great argument.
Plants and gender, like low-key, might have internal anti-trans bigotry inside of them. I think they're very well aware of that, though. But
yeah, I mean, it's like I don't know. It's a thing that can be a thing, but like as long as you don't like act on it and you work against it, I don't really see any problem with having like anti-trans bigotry. Why is that? There we go. Like I don't see there being a problem as long as you're actively aware of it and like working against it. But like yeah, you should work against it. But anyways, yeah, I was reading that the reason why I laughed earlier was that I wrote a fact today about Brittany, like the location of Brittany and like their flag and how it has little ermines on it and how it's like the national symbol of Brittany. And that's just where like the Bretons come from. And somebody posted, I don't know, Stoat, did you fact check this? Everybody knows that Bretons hail from High Rock, from like the Elder Scrolls.
I don't know what either of those words mean.
So Bretons are it's a culture. Like it's a cultural area in the like the west of France. It's from people who had immigrated from Britain in the 5th century CE, or yeah, CE. And then yeah, they lived there, and then they adopted a this flag. Oh, that's really big. Why did this have to be so big? Where is this? There. There's their flag. And you can, in the top left corner, there it's a symbol of the ermine, which ermines are stoats. But yeah.
I just take it to be the case that stoats don't exist.
Banned. No. Yeah.
Yeah,
but Britons in the Elder Scrolls are. Oh, I didn't actually. Where did Mama go? Oh. Did somebody disconnect you?
I know I did that for dramatic effect.
Oh, yeah. But Bretons are a race in the Elder Scrolls series of games, and they're known from hailing from High Rock. So they're making a joke that I was, talking about Bretons and, fuck. Thanks, Atropos, for all the hearts or all the roses. What are you playing, Solid? Want to share with the class?
Metal Gear Solid.
Of course. That's what I figured.
Well, yeah, of course he's playing Metal Gear Solid. What the good? Snake.
No, get back here.
Snake, you concern me. I thought you played Metal Gear Liquid too.
Damn, maybe. Well, there is Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, which both have Liquid Snake, but unfortunately you can't play as Liquid Snake, sadly.
I haven't looked too far.
Stop humping me!
Let's see, GOG.com. Do they have the Metal Gear series on GOG?
I'm being humped. I don't like it.
I've tried playing Metal Gear, I just don't like it.
Oh, yeah, they have the original Metal Gear games all the way back to 1990 or 1978.
No, 1998.
Sorry,
I don't think
Metal Gear Solid 1 came out in 1998. Metal Gear.
Yeah, sorry,
came out
Metal
prior
Gear.
to that.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I own most of them. The only two I don't own are the two that are going to get freed from their fucking PS3 jail, which is Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 4. Well, I also don't have Portable Ops, but that's because it's for the PSP, so...
Oh man, memory requirements, 2 gigabytes of RAM, and 3D graphics compatible with DirectX 9C, and 500 or 256 megabytes of VRAM. Man, I don't know if I have that. I have 32 gigs of RAM and 109 or 12 gigs of VRAM. Lol.
Yeah, you wanna know a funny thing is I found out something buggy with number 3 specifically, because of the way the time works in that game. It runs off your system, but if you try to stream it to let someone else watch while you play it, it can fuck with your entire system and make the actual time in the game slow down, to every movement becomes slow, the time becomes slow, everything.
Weird.
And so you can use that to abuse runs and that. If you want to get certain achievements like beating the game in under 5 hours on the hardest difficulty, you can actually kind of use that. I know. Weird.
Did they have the old Dune games on here?
Possibly.
Or the Oppie booths.
No, they don't have any of the Dune games on there.
Why does this guy keep...
Sagged. There's some really old, funny Dune games that are apparently like really terribly rated, and I kind of want to play them one day. Just because they're so terribly rated, I'm like, they can't be possibly this bad. They're probably that bad.
I don't understand why people like playing video games.
Says you who literally streams you playing video games whilst doing your debates.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I think you're just trolling.
It's not like you like Halo or anything like that, you know.
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never. I'm just a girl.
I'm just a girl.
I'm just a non-binary girl.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm just getting the SMG with rubber bullets.
What?
Since when did Crysis 3 get a remaster?
I remember when the days were like, but can it run Crysis?
Yeah, but when does Crysis 3 Remastered come out?
It doesn't.
2021.
Wasn't there a PS4 remaster? It's on the
Yeah.
PSN.
Huh. Yeah, it's kind of a
Never played the
meme because
Crysis
the Cry engine's kind of hard.
I can show you something harder.
I remember
Hey,
Crysis 3 in 4K used to be like really difficult to run. It used to be like just brutally hard to run.
I just remember the memes of, that's a good system, but can it run Crysis?
Yeah, and then Microsoft Flight Simulator took that crown for a while.
Well, that's just because Microsoft Flight Simulator is insanely CPU intensive.
Yeah, well, it is graphically intensive too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I think you're graphically intensive. Yeah. No, stupid baby zombie, fuck off. Fucking die, baby, what the fuck? Sorry.
Division 2 was pretty bad. Forza Horizon 5 was pretty rough too.
Forza Horizon 5?
Yeah.
Forza Horizon 5 is fucking amazing. What do you mean?
Yeah, if you wanted like the hardware requirements are a little bit more beefy than like recommended for 1080p was a I guess that's not that bad, but you needed like a 6-core processor in order for you to do it, like quad cores just didn't do as well.
Oh yeah, because it was a heavily open world game that you'd be traveling really fast in, so it kind
Yeah.
of just like makes sense.
Metro Exodus apparently was rough to play if you turned on like ray tracing and shit. It's a great game though.
Forza Horizon, I can't wait for Forza Horizon 7, 6, whatever.
I don't know. I feel like Forza's lost a lot of its way. The games just kind of feel soulless now. Like they want to like I understand that they want to make the game really open, but it seems like it lacks structure at this point.
Well, then if you don't like Forza Horizon, then just play Forza Motorsport.
Yeah, but I don't know. I remember the first Forza game, the Forza Horizon 1, was like great because it had a story and it was very structured, but it was also very open. Like it still gave you challenges that you'd have to do and like use different cars that you would normally not use. So,
I mean, you have to do that in Forza Horizon 5 to progress. Yeah, like there are a lot of things in Forza. Like I don't like doing the like rallies. I hate rallies, but I had to do a lot of them for Forza Horizon 5.
yeah, but you could use any like class of car you wanted to.
Well, yeah, I like that freedom. I don't know. I just can't wait for Forza Horizon 6 to come out because I just like driving open world and like I don't need fancy stuff like just vroom vroom, you know? Vroom vroom.
I like running in like E-class shitters. Like these are like the worst fucking cars on earth, and they're so slow and they're so much fun to race because like they're all just terrible. Like there's
Yeah, you can race those though in Motorsport or Horizons.
yeah, but
I'm
like
confused.
it doesn't require you to.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like Forza Motorsport 2 and shit would have like specifically races are only E class.
Yep.
Horizon 5 still has that. Here and there.
From my understanding of it, which I played like, I don't know. Let me see how many hours I played of
I have like
5.
I have like 500 hours in it.
I have a lot more hours in 4.
In Horizon 5, every race has different like types of races you can do on the same track, and those tracks do have limitations based off the class of your vehicle.
Yeah, I played for over 100 hours of 5. So I got a good idea of it. Where's Horizon 4?
I'm gonna be honest. For Horizon 5, 100 hours is like not a lot.
Yeah, but compared to
compared to these
like
nuts.
500 on Horizon 4 that I had, it's a lot less. And like I got into Horizon 4 later into the lifetime of it. I didn't play Forza games all too much. But yeah. I don't know. I just feel like it lacks a lot of the structure in some ways, and like it doesn't. They went away from the like what I would say are what would I say about it? Like they're actually like underground racing and stuff in Horizon like 1, and there's a lot of structure to it. I don't know. It's just like gets into like what makes a game good, and I think it's just they just went in a different direction, and it was away from like the more arcadey feel of Horizon 1. But as they've moved away from the more arcadey feel of it, they've kind of lost ground on like some of the parts that made it good, because it was made by a lot of the people who had made like Need for Speed.
I guess I could see that.
Yeah, like I don't mind the less arcadey feel, but it's the whatchamacallit, the move away from like the structure and some of the influences that it had that is frustrating, where it no longer it feels like it has much structure, so I stopped playing it. Like there's no actual story. It's the same story repeated.
Yeah, just be the fastest there is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really play Forza for the story, to be fair, but that's just me.
Well, I know, but like I don't think you play for the story, but like there just literally is no story, and it's kind of eh.
Well, yeah. It's one of those games that I feel like doesn't need to have a story, because it's kind of like a sandbox. Like Minecraft doesn't really have a story, or at least it didn't for a very long time.
Well, yeah, but there's like I wouldn't compare Forza to be in the same category, where it's, I mean, they're both open worlds and somewhat exploratory, but like, and I guess a lot of the newer games have a lot more like you can create actual races, which is I love that feature. It's great. But at the same time, it's like the way that they've done it is kind of undermines like any sort of story or any sort of like rivalry that you could have had. And like that, I thought that there was some charm to having like rivalry back in the original mode Forza games, the Horizon games.
Rivalry?
Yeah, like there's like actual people who would like shit talk you at the beginning of races and stuff.
Oh, now it's just other players that shit talk you.
Well, yeah, but like I don't know. That's besides the point. Also, badass.
Like,
I mean, the one thing that Horizon still has is at least they have good soundtracks.
They do.
Yeah.
Just hop in Horizon 5 and race me. I bet you're fucking slow. What, you don't know how to tune your car, bro? I bet your fucking your car is tuned worse than
how to tune your Metacar. Fuck, I hate that. That's another thing.
Yeah, I bet your car is tuned worse than fucking than Donald Trump's fucking policies. I don't know.
I love back in the day, memeing around with like 700 horsepower Volkswagen Bugs that were like S3 or some shit. They were just like they weren't anywhere, like they shouldn't have been as good as they were, but they did all right in races, and they're fast as fuck in a straight line, so they're fun.
I remember Forza Motorsport 2 had a really big issue with like the fastest car being in the game being a fucking Beetle. Shit pissed me off.
Horizon 2?
No, a Motorsport
Oh.
2. That was like when I was in middle school.
What is it?
It was like a Mazda,
No,
like
not
Beetle.
the
type
not
thing.
the Ultima. God damn it. The Ultima is a cool car.
No, the Ultima is driven by people who don't know how to fucking drive.
But I like Ultima. It's a cool car in
Uh,
concept.
Again, it's driven by people who don't know how to drive.
Okay, but that's besides the point. Like it's a cool car outside of that.
Outside of the fact that no one knows how to drive when they buy it, it's one of those cars. Come on.
Well, yeah, because it's like one of the cheapest fast cars. That's like kind of the cool part about it.
Just buy a hybrid. If you want a car that starts off and goes fast, hybrid. That's what I got. My car like is lickety split. Are there people still complaining in the comments? Like, bro, if you're complaining in comments, request up and let me like cook you, and I can explain to you why trans women aren't women. Wait, trans women are women. I forgot which side I'm on. What side am I on again? What am I supposed to believe? Still?
I don't know. Did you have a request?
I don't know if trans women are women anymore.
Hello.
Hi Ace, can I get you agent pronouns, please?
23, he, him.
Do you disagree with the prompts?
Yes.
Why?
I don't think healthcare is a human right in general.
Oh.
I think I will say one thing though. I would agree with the prompt if I thought healthcare was a human right, but I don't think healthcare is a human right.
Oh, so
How?
yeah. Like you don't
Oh,
think that
didn't you?
people have the right to get medical coverage for things that, you know.
Not the right, no.
Why not?
What's the right?
Yeah, it's
Can
it's
you
like an
define what a
outward,
right is?
it's like an outward facing ought claim. It's like what others should do. So like you have the right to seek medical treatment for conditions that you have.
No, like a right. So when there's rights, right? There's two different kinds of rights. There's negative rights and positive rights. And negative rights are such as I shall not get encroached upon. I shall not be used as a slave. I shall not be aggressed against. Right,
Well, I would
etc.
just- I
Positive
would just
rights
hold that those
are
are,
more
like-
entitlements.
Those are just infringement upon like the right of freedom and well-being.
Yeah, but like positive rights are what are known in the economic sense as entitlements, right? So, for
Rights are
example,
entitlements.
people. So like for example, people argue that food should be a human right, but then if food is a human right, on a rights-based thing, you'd be able to go up to anyone's farm and just take whatever you want because food's a human right.
That's not how rights work.
Yeah, no.
Like
That-
what?
that is how.
It's
Okay, how do
not.
rights work then? Okay, how do rights work?
Yeah, because your rights cannot infringe on other people's rights. So just because someone has a farm and someone has a right to eat does not mean that you have a right to take that food from another person because you're taking away someone else's right to eat or right to livelihood. So that's not like how rights or entitlements like generally work. It doesn't mean you can just like take them from other people.
So you prove one point, right? Because very simply, healthcare as a human right takes away the rights of others, the negative rights of others.
So, for
No.
example, and I'll give you the formal argument for that. If someone has a right to X, then someone else must have a duty to provide X. Healthcare requires the labour and property of other people, such as doctors, nurses, etc. If people are forced to provide labour or property, their self-ownership and property rights are violated.
Yeah, I'm not
Therefore,
saying that.
declaring healthcare as a human right necessarily violates the rights of those forced to provide it.
Yeah, so
Capitalism is bullshit.
yeah, like, would you agree though that like it would make very little sense to, like, if people, you know, voluntarily, if doctors voluntarily worked based off of what they want to do, and it's not infringing upon their rights of, like, being able to say, hey, I need
If
this
it's
day off
voluntary,
of
then it's not a
doing.
right.
Well,
If it's
it
voluntary,
sort of
it's
is,
not a
because
rights-based
like
thing. Because it's voluntary, then it means that basically there's an example of no doctors wanting to do it, right? If it's really voluntary, I agree healthcare is a good thing, right? But I don't think it's a right. I think it's something that we should strive towards, but not as a right.
aren't doctors, like, obligated to do everything that they can to, like, help a patient?
Yes.
Yeah, so becoming a doctor, you're already kind of understanding that you're losing some of your rights in order to help others. Like, it is the case that, like, you might miss out on some of your freedoms because you've already agreed that you're going to, you know, help other people. And I think that
But that
that should
doesn't
be
disprove
accommodated for.
healthcare not being a human right, right?
Well, yeah, but like you already agree though that, like, some of their freedoms are being infringed upon because it's something that they've agreed
Depends
to.
what you mean by freedoms infringed upon.
Yeah, like
They agree
they
to it
can't.
voluntarily, becoming
Yeah, they agreed to becoming a doctor voluntarily.
it voluntarily. It
Yeah.
voluntarily, correct? Right. When
Yeah.
something's a right, it steps over from the domain of voluntary to enforced.
Yeah, it is enforced
So,
that
for
doctors, like,
example,
if you abandon your patient, even though, you know, you're exercising your own freedom, there are going to be repercussions for that.
like, of course, but you voluntarily decide that, right? To make it a like absolute right, you are removing the voluntary structure from it.
Yeah, I don't think that doctors really have like they can, like, there's not going to be like we're going to hold them to the, you know, pin them and lock them inside the room to perform an operation, but like there's going to be quite significant repercussions if doctors are abandoning their patients.
So would you agree that a right creates an enforceable claim against others?
No.
Yeah, well, sorta. It depends. It's like if you have the right to healthcare,
Okay, what's your
it's just that you have a right to access this healthcare if it's available.
Okay, what's your
Yes.
disproof of that, MC?
Yeah, so it's literally what Stoat said. It's not that it has to be forcibly there at all times, but if something's available in the moment, then you would have a right to take advantage of what is available.
But that's not right.
That's I think you just have a different concept of what a right is, because I would just take a right to be an entitlement to something, whether or not that thing is always available or not. And different entitlements can function differently. And in case of healthcare, their right would be applicable only when healthcare is in fact available.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? If treatments exist and is available, you may claim access to it. What's your claim?
Yes.
That's just a trivial claim, right? I mean,
Oh.
for example, there's the question of who owns the hospital bed, who owns the medicine, etc. Right? So you can have a right to seek healthcare and cannot be prevented it from retaining it voluntarily. But a right, by definition, by the legal, by the moral, by any form of definition you want to go to, is an enforced thing.
Yeah, I just don't subscribe to that definition of right. I mean, we know definitions are subjective and less descriptive, so I just don't subscribe to the definition that rights necessarily have to be
definition?
enforced in every context. Yeah, I would just take a right to be an entitlement, to be something that someone should be granted access to in any scenario that thing is available.
It's
I
like
don't
a
even know what that
should.
means.
It's what we should work towards, not that like we must act towards it. Like it's just like a suggestive. of like.
I just don't see the substantiative justification for that definition.
I mean, you don't have to see
Yeah.
justification for that.
Because that would mean that it's voluntary. So basically, you can say a voluntary right, which would be a completely different thing.
I don't think rights are voluntary though. It's not like. I mean, sort of like you can kind of like if you want to like involuntarily, let others like infringe upon your rights or like give away your rights within certain contexts, but like.
Of
It's
course,
not
like you can't sell yourself into slavery, for example.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's cases where you
Yeah.
can sell your work and you're expected to work, but like they can't keep you within.
Yeah, there has to
within
be
reason.
a exit clause. That,
Yeah,
that,
like
that,
but
that's
like
the exit
we
clause.
understand that people can sell themselves to work on a ship for long periods of time, but like they're not gonna like you don't
By
have a
sell
right to
yourself,
make
I mean
that.
sell the ownership of yourself. You still own yourself.
Yeah,
You're-
yeah,
it
that's
is more
that's
of
a
a
big
lease
part.
thing.
It-
You're
it's
being
just
leased to
yeah,
work on a ship.
exactly. It's more of like the reasonableness of like, hey, when we get into port next, I have the ability to get off the ship if this is like a place I can legally disembark. That kind
Of
of
course,
thing.
of course, right?
But yeah, so like we don't, but we understand that there's like some you're kind of giving up some of your freedom of like being able to choose where to go whenever you're doing that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
Yeah, of course. But like the main thing which I'm arguing, right, is let's say, for example, we say sewage is a right, and no one wants to clean the sewers, right? And this is a reductio, so, and no one wants to clean the sewers. What would you do in this scenario?
yeah, I would probably
Because sewage is a right, so therefore people have a right to clean sewage in
yeah,
accordance to this scenario.
I would say that like the best thing to do at that point, the best thing to do in this case would be like to promote people to clean sewage if we can. I don't think that there's until it
Well,
becomes like a
But
healthcare
then,
issue, we shouldn't be like
but
forcing
then I added
people
into the premise, right? I added into the premise that, and sorry for full interrupting you. I don't mean to, because I think you're a respectful person, so I don't mean to interrupt you in a rude way. But like in the premise, I said, and no one wants to.
Yeah,
So there's no
but like
convincing them. There's like no convincing them from a morally, like, you know what? Yes, we ought to do this. They just don't want to. They want to. Everyone wants to leave it to someone else.
Yeah, I would just. I think the solution in that scenario would be to encourage people to actually attempt to do this by making the pay significantly higher for these necessary positions, as well as enforcing. No, I wouldn't even say enforcing, but having strong positive rewards for this, so people will get significant benefit and utility out of taking these jobs.
It sounds like you're supporting capitalism. I support capitalism too, but that sounds like a very
I mean,
strong
we
defense.
no, we literally do this in communism as well. Like when there are jobs that no one wants to take to be able to do, those jobs are still going to be higher paying and higher rewarding even under capitalism. I mean, even under socialism and communism.
yeah, there needs to still
I
be
mean,
some
can you
some
define capitalism
exchange
for
of
me?
like goods in some sense of like under any like political framework there is an exchange of goods of people working in order to receive things to some extent. Like if
I mean, in
there might be
communism, or
a
like,
base level of like stuff that you just are given at the first place, but like there's
so you
reasons
disagree
why
with the.
we.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
So you agree with the dogmatic definition of communism, which is a monolith, classless, stateless society, because by money, all money means is a means of exchange.
Well, like I think that capitalism versus communism, like they're, I'm not super in depth with like the discussion about the differences, but like in general.
Communism.
Go ahead, Kamala.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't think communism necessarily requires a moneyless state. I think that's a common misconception and misnomer of what communism generally means. It is definitely a classless state, but I wouldn't say it necessarily has to be moneyless. Like we have communist societies that are in fact classless, like China,
And
who
that's how
still
Engels
sort of
defined
use
it,
money.
right? So that means that like you would be a non-dogmatic communist, which I would say is a better view than basically dogmatic communism.
I don't like dogmas of any sort. being
I
I
like
mean, I would
that.
argue.
I know
Yeah,
you
I
Like,
would,
like
I'd
I would just
argue
argue
anyone
that like
who's a
there's multiple variations of communism, and communism does not require a moneyless state.
okay. Could you
it's
define
more
capitalism
about
for
like
me?
the overall like structure of how overall money is dealt with in like large businesses
Yes.
and that kind of stuff. That is mostly what communism is focusing on over versus like capitalism, where it's less regulated. It's a more regulated state that focuses on more equality, it seems.
I mean, okay. Could I define capitalism quickly though?
Sure.
Capitalism is a private system in which the economic and means of productions are within private people, in accordance to politics. In accordance to politics, private people basically means anyone outside of the state. Now, that being said, there are three pillars of capitalism. The three pillars of capitalism are non-aggression, private property, and free markets. There is no differentiation between the free market and capitalism.
Yeah, but like the biggest part about like capitalism that's harmful is that like it allows individuals to like price gouge like necessary things in order to make money when that like this isn't fair for under any other individuals. There's no
Can you
reason
give me an
why.
example? Can you give me an example without state involvement? Because the state is antithetical to capitalism.
What do you mean by that? Like,
So the state is the public direction of the means of production. Capitalism is the private direction of means of production. To have a working definition, the definition has to basically differentiate it from all different alternatives.
yeah, I think that like within like capitalist society, like true capitalism without any regulations is like problematic because it leads to like issues where people can like I said price gouge for necessary treatments. So like let's say somebody has
Can you
cancer
hear me?
and there's a available cure, but this one person who owns the company that discovered it likes money. He likes money. He likes making money. So he's gonna make the most money out of it instead of doing like what's like morally good. Under capitalism, this is completely fine. I think that there's like moral reasons why we ought to like restrict this because this is just like harming
Intellectual property
individuals.
is against capitalism. Intellectual property is against capitalism.
What?
Intellectual property is against capitalism.
Having like rights to like cures and stuff is against
Yes.
To
capitalism?
ideas. Like having rights to ideas is against capitalism because ideas aren't property and they can't be defined as property because property is defined as scarce. Ideas are not scarce, therefore they are therefore intellectual property, quote unquote, is against capitalism.
Well, yeah, but you still would run into so even if it's like not an intellectual property thing, it's just that the established leaders too have like a money advantage where they can price gouge others out of being profitable because they have a lower profit or they can shrink their profit margins or even sell things for a loss in order to outcompete other businesses.
Okay, so basically, let's say they do that. Let's say they sell it for a loss or sell it for less. Who benefits there?
Yeah, so it is at the end of the day stifling competition. You could say that it is the people
But then wouldn't the consumer benefit there, right? Because the consumer's getting a cheaper
only
price.
temporarily.
And
Because the price is
basically,
going to go back
like
up,
the court.
and they're going to make up much more margin than what they lost. They wouldn't make these huge
Okay.
losses if they didn't come out on top, would they? No, they wouldn't do that because
I mean, it
that's-
wouldn't come out on top, right? Because here's the thing, right? What's to stop a company from just sitting out and or buying mass product at the loss of what they're doing and completely bankrupting the company who tries to do that?
well, yeah, because the company because it's a private organization, they can say no, I don't like what you're doing with my product. I'm going to stop selling to you.
Okay, and so they're going to carry on losing money.
Yeah, they're going to lose money for a
That doesn't
bit,
stop
but
the
like
sit out scenario, right? Like that doesn't stop the sit out scenario where they literally just sit out until the quote unquote high garden stops, so the consumers still get the best prices, and the other companies have just sat out from
yeah, I think
the
you're
idea
over
because the
idealizing
person who quote unquote
capitalism.
price gouged lost money.
Capitalism is intrinsically like a really bad
Yeah.
economic state. Like
It favors the rich and wealthy already. Because it's
I
the
don't see
rich and
the
wealthy who
justification
have
for
a establishment. So yeah, like let's say mom and pop shop have to they're not as established. They still have the same rent as this larger shop that's just across the street from them. And under the capitalist society, the established shop can just price gouge and make sure that the mom and pop shop goes out of business, by price gouging and just the not selling to the mom and pop shop. The mom and pop shop is going to have operating expenses for just being existing the business existing, so it's only a matter of time before they would go out of business. While the established company can sit and lose money for a bit, and then as soon as that competition is gone, they'll just jack prices back up.
But that doesn't stop the sit out example, right? That doesn't
there's a cost
stop
inherently.
the sit out example.
There's a cost
I know,
inherent
right?
to operating a
And
business. If you're sitting out of business, you're not making money. And the moment that you go back into business, what ends up happening is that they'll just price gouge you again. And what this is going to do is it's going to stifle individuals from wanting to actually compete, and it leads to monopoly. That's why monopolies are bad, is because
I mean,
this is just a monopoly at this point.
also monopolies are basically impossible in capitalism, and I can give you the reason why.
Yeah, so why there's so many monopolies in the US
quote
today?
Because the state is antithetical to capitalism.
It is antithetical to capitalism. Sure. How is that the case when they're
Yeah.
deregulating businesses that harm consumers?
Because, okay, would you agree that basically capitalism is a political system?
It's a system in regards to how they run money in businesses.
Is it a system? Is it a political system though?
Yeah,
Yes
it's it regards in politics in some sense. It doesn't count on doesn't talk about how people have voting rights and that kind of stuff, but it does deal with politics of the what, how, and,
Okay, cool.
and why we do things.
So basically, as a political system, there's two different things. There's public and private. Public is the government. Private is outside the government.
Yeah.
The definition of capitalism is the private direction of the means of production, meaning outside the state. So when the state gets involved with such stuff such as subsidies, regulations, which clearly benefit big corporations, and stuff like this, that is antithetical to capitalism.
Well, how is it not? Because if they're removing regulations, if they're introducing regulations that harm big companies, I could see that, but that promote smaller companies, let's say having a consumer.
No, they're
rights
introducing
board.
regulations that are
there's really great things about some areas are doing, the EU required Apple to swap to USB Type-C instead of the proprietary port because they were just charging up the fucking wazoo for the port for no reason.
It's not about what's good or bad. It's about how capitalism is defined, and he's right in how capitalism defined any regulation, whether it benefits or harms the company, is still going to be antithetical to capitalism, because capitalism at its core would be the lack of regulation on these privately owned businesses.
Yeah, but there's no means of enforcement for against monopolies. At
also, Destino,
I know, but that's a fault of capitalism itself. I don't.
Oh yeah.
Basically,
there's just no regulations.
Basically, 2 seconds. Destina, we don't currently live under capitalism. Firstly, secondly, the reason why basically monopolies can't exist under capitalism is due to a problem which basically Ludwig von Mises purported, called the economic calculation problem. Right? Does anyone here know what the economic calculation problem is? Yeah.
It's been a hot minute since I've studied economics, so you'd have to refresh
So
me.
the economic calculation problem basically says without market prices, which is capitalism, market prices is capitalism, created through voluntary exchange, planners cannot know the most efficient way to use resources. Therefore, in true capitalism, monopolies can't exist, and monopolies only exist within virtue of the state. Now, with that being said, the question I'd ask anyone on this panel is, can anyone prove that there's a natural monopoly?
Well, under capitalism, there is no enforcement mechanisms to get rid of a monopoly. That's kind of the problem.
But
yeah, there's nothing stopping a company from harming mass number of people for their own benefit, is there not?
I have a childhood stutter.
Sorry, but you agree that under under capitalism, there's nothing, and I apologize if I made fun of you there. There's nothing stopping companies from like just gouging and hurting people for their own profit.
I mean, but the thing is, right, is when we're talking about capitalism,
This is why like
I'm
unrestricted
saying that is
capitalism is
it
bad
that
of
it's
this.
impossible for a I do have a childish stutter. You've not really debated me often. Anyway, so basically, when I'm talking about like capitalism, like my theory is, or not my theory, or like the actual economic theory is that under capitalism, monopolies cannot actually form. Not
Yeah,
that there's
but
an enforcement mechanism to stop them. It's to say that it is a nomological, because you might ask my modality. The modality is the nomological sense. It is a nomological impossibility for a monopoly to form in capitalism.
yeah, but under capitalism, there's no
Yeah, that doesn't.
yeah. So
Can
there
you
could
explain?
be in a perfect capitalist society, there could be a period where it's not perfectly capitalist. A monopoly forms, then it goes back to perfect capitalism, and there's this monopoly that just is price gouging and harming a bunch of individuals.
Can you name me one natural monopoly that's ever existed?
For a while, Intel was like an actual monopoly in terms of having like over 90% of the market.
So Intel
Yeah.
was a monopoly, a natural monopoly, yeah?
Wait, so are you saying it's nomologically impossible for a monopoly to exist under capitalism because then it wouldn't be capitalism? Is that's essentially what you're saying?
No, because of the economic calculation problem.
Okay, then can you explain the economic calculation problem? Because I think it would be absolutely logically consistent to assume that monopolies can exist naturally under capitalism.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so basically when it talks about the economic calculation problem, it's basically to do with without the private factors of price, no central planner can actually effectively allocate resources, meaning a monopoly would be impossible to exist.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that. I don't see how that means a monopoly would be impossible to exist due to allocations of what?
Can you name me one natural
Yeah,
monopoly?
What do you find a natural monopoly to be? Because
A
like, are you
monopoly
saying that
with no
monopolies only
government
exist because
interaction.
are you saying
a monopoly where like the government didn't either create that monopoly or help enforce that monopoly?
yeah, I would say
Okay.
that Intel was part of it until the government stepped in and required Intel
Okay,
to
so
stop
the Intel argument, right?
engaging in anti-consumer behaviors that they were consistently engaging in by lying to consumers using benchmarks that favored their processors over AMD and outright like just like they were doing like things like basically giving OEMs like super good reasons not to work with AMD at all. Like they basically would refuse to work with them if they worked with AMD. So like this was just like a chokehold on the market. So they were basically forced AMD out as a result.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, is the whole reason why Intel could become big was because of the state.
Yeah,
Mainly the American state, right?
How did
And
that
that stops
happen?
it from being a capitalist conception. That makes it a socialist in definition conception.
I don't think the U.S. helped.
Yeah, can you describe to us how the state helped Intel get big in the first place? Like that, even if the state helped a company to grow in the first place, that doesn't necessarily mean that the state is responsible for that company becoming a monopoly. That doesn't logically
Well,
track.
of course. So basically, government research funding, such as DARPA, NASA, and procurement programs, military and government contracts, such as Intel had military government contracts where they
Yeah, I
obviously
wouldn't. I
where they
mean, I
took
wouldn't
money
even
from
say
the
that the state's
government.
necessarily interfering with that. That would just be a side effect of capitalism if the state itself is just essentially using a company as a company, right? They're buying goods from a company. That's not the state like forcing the company or interfering with the company or setting regulations on the company. That's literally just the state using the company as a company and procuring goods from the said company.
Yeah,
But the thing is the state is the thing that upheld the idea of upheld the idea of the monopoly. Right, I'm arguing that
What are you
say
talking
a
about?
monopoly can't exist,
Yeah,
and
but
I've
the
not seen
monopoly
proof
de
of a.
facto existed in the 2000s because Intel was de facto dominating the market and taking actions to out competitors like AMD, who barely survived. Now they're doing much better, but barely survived because of the fact that they were allowed to do anti-consumer behavior. There's nothing within capitalism that works against anti-consumer behavior. Anti-consumer
I mean,
behavior is
okay,
only beneficial
Yeah,
to the monopoly, not to anybody else.
cool,
capitalism
cool.
just
So,
generally encourages anti-consumer behavior and greed. Like that's just
Yeah,
what we effectively see in capitalism, and
that's
that's not
why
because of this. That's just
but
how things
but
are.
we
that's why
don't live
pure
under
capitalism is
capitalism currently.
problematic.
Anyway, also, for example, other things the government did was uphold patents. Patents are anti-capitalist. They had antitrust enforcement against competitors, like you said, basically AMD. And government agencies were favoring Intel, which helped Intel grow.
Yeah, but that's not favoring and
No.
buying product isn't regulating. So that's
And by the
not
way,
non sequitur.
and by the way, I can say, and I can define it as this based on any mainstream definition of socialism. That's not Marxism because socialism came before Marxism. That basically socialism is when the government does stuff.
Yeah, so what part of the government allowing Intel to abuse its market position by cutting off rivals, using threats and words to coerce computer manufacturers and hindering competition? What part of that was them like promoting or like stopping Intel from helping out or like doing anything other than enforcing a
I
monopoly?
mean, patents are inherently anti-capitalist.
Yeah, but
patents were one of the main reasons for that.
Yeah,
And also, the antitrust lawsuits were based on government interactions rather than based on actual things. Antitrust
I
things
would
aren't a thing.
I would agree patents are anti-capitalist, but also they're just like being against patents and being for capitalism is just being anti-consumer and just like generally anti-citizen because they're just like that's like insane. It doesn't encourage innovation. Pure capitalism doesn't encourage innovation. It encourages the formation of monopolies and the abuse of consumers.
yeah, like for a while AMD was doing well too. Like there's a portion where they're like Phenom X4 chips are like kicking the ass of Intel chips, but then Intel engaged in more like some of their shady behavior. Well, they did have good chips. They didn't overcome the position necessarily by just making a better chip. It became a factor of
But then-
hindering the other competition and then using whatever advantage that they had to like reinvest into like hurting their counterparts, and the government sat there and did nothing. And while like
I mean, an example of this, right, is that they're still the first mover advantage within capitalism, right? It don't stop inventions.
Well,
Right. In
yeah.
fact, we can see this with the steam engine. The steam engine only really, really rapidly developed when it got depatented.
Yeah. But I don't know, like there's just some like that's the reason why that there's like issues with unregulated monopoly or unregulated capitalism though, is that like there's nothing inherently forcing a monopoly to change if they do create.
But I've not seen proof that a monopoly is possible within capitalism because the Intel example was upheld through
Well,
patents
that doesn't. So
mainly,
even if
which is
it's
a
like
government thing.
even if
which
it's
is a
like
socialist
theoretically
thing, by the way.
possible, don't you agree that when it's de facto causing harm to individuals, we should regulate this?
I think if it's
Well-
logically possible, therefore it's possible. I think it's
Yeah.
insane to say it's not logically possible. I think it's pretty self-evident that a monopoly would be logically possible under a pure capitalist society.
I don't believe in self-evident truth, so I'd need to see your grounding.
The grounding is the fact that we know what a monopoly is, and that being a full control on a subsection of the market. And it would be logically possible for someone to have a full control on a subsection of the market if they're able to control specifically what companies work with other things and how the manufacturing process works. Again, that's like self-evident. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so what I mean is very, very simple, right? Because your whole argument hinges upon this idea that a monopoly can exist in capitalism. I don't see that. I've never seen proof of that.
Okay, I've never seen proof that a communist society would ever be inferior to a capitalist society either. So like, where's your proof in that?
Cool, I'll give you proof. Do you agree that the USSR was communist?
No, I do not.
No. They had communist portions of it were communist, but a lot of it, the communism was co-opted, and
Yeah, I
kinda
don't
turned into,
agree
like, a
the
de
USSR was
facto. It kind of turned into de facto authoritarian dictatorship to some extent.
Mm. Yeah, so basically, here's the thing, right? And I can show proof of communism not working
Where?
in the very simple economic sense, right?
Where?
Due to the economic calculation problem, which is a theoretical thing, yes, but
Then that's not evidence. If it's theoretical, that's not evidence.
Yeah, like
I don't
there's
believe it's
going
have
to
evidence.
be.
As I said, it's not empirical evidence, right? It's a demonstration of theoretical evidence.
Yeah, but
such as free will is demonstrated, right? Like free will isn't proven; it's demonstrated. By you talking right now, you are demonstrating free will.
Yeah, we understand that within like a communist society that there is like an understanding of like a value for goods, though, right? Like there's an understood value of what a good is worth towards at least one individual.
I mean, but the thing is the communists can't allocate resources rationally because it removes the process needed for economic calculation. And capitalism is purely voluntarism. So basically, if you invoke any form of free market to solve communism's problems, it no longer becomes communism, and you're adding de facto capitalist factors.
Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily strictly the case that either side of like purely capitalism or purely communist are like going to be good in any sense. I think that they both have like positions where there's good aspects of both that they need to be moderated though.
What's the bad
think
aspect of capitalism?
What? You're kidding, right? So I think it's pretty insane to say that communism is just like bad because it doesn't work with the economy. Like, that doesn't make any logical sense if you think about it for more than like 30 seconds. Like,
Can
what
you
would
give me
genuinely like? What are you
a
talking
argument
about?
instead of rhetoric? Can you give me an argument instead of rhetoric?
Yeah, because we see in China, I would argue China's a communist country, even if they have a free market. Free markets and communism aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, because you can have free markets in different aspects to encourage innovation while still having an overall communist society.
The free market is capitalism. So basically, if it's a communist society that has a free market, it is adding capitalism to fix its issues.
Yeah, I would just disagree.
Okay, so we are disagreeing on a foundational sense then.
Yeah, I would disagree that just because something has a free market, that means it's adding capitalism. Because if you agree that different aspects does not mean that a state is fully capitalist or communist, you cannot just add partial things to it just to and say you're adding it just to justify the fact that this has partial capitalism. That doesn't make any that doesn't have any logical cohesion. Adding traits or free market doesn't necessarily mean you're adding capitalism to a society. It means you're adding the potential for innovation to a society for different aspects of that market for very specific reasons.
I mean, when I said I defend capitalism, I defend
Obviously,
Ayn
defend
Rand's
capitalism. That's
conception
not
of
a
capitalism.
counter. That's not a counter to anything I just said.
Yeah, but like I defend Ayn Rand's conception of capitalism, right?
That's not a counter to anything I just said.
It kind of is, right? Because capitalism and free market are the same thing.
Yeah, I would just agree on the fundamental level that capitalism and the free market are the same thing. I don't believe they are.
I would say that like the ideals of capitalism generally promote or like the ideas of promoting a free market, but they're not necessarily the same thing. You can have a communist society that has aspects of capitalism within them, or like ideas.
But then
of
there's no
free
longer
market.
cease to be. it would no longer be communist, and it would start to be a mixed economy,
Yeah, it's not
right?
purely communist. Yeah, I don't hold that any purely communist or purely capitalist societies would be good.
Yeah,
Any
I think
purebred of
you just have
any political system is de facto bad because it's removes nuance from the conversation that is desperately needed.
I think trying to say that that it adds capitalism to society makes it no longer communist just is logically flawed because it does you're not. It's still a communist society. There are like 12 pillars of communism, and you can follow all 12 pillars while still having a free market in different scenarios. Like that's just how communism works. So you're saying that makes it no longer communism. It's just you have a flawed idea of what communism is.
I mean, I would define communism as, if you want to know what I would define communism as personally, to give it a
I
chance.
do know what you define it as, and I would say your definition is flawed because it's not how communists or economic professionals would define communism as, especially people who actually are communist.
Okay, so do you know how? So saying Ayn Rand isn't a economic professional.
There's an economic professional. They're not the economic professional. If you're referencing a single figure, that would just be an appeal to authority and saying that their opinion is fact. That's like not how that works.
Like I said earlier, I don't accept brute truths. I don't accept self-evident truths because they're brute truths.
When did I
Right,
say?
basically.
When did I say
Oh, just you.
self-evident? Like just now.
I know, but I was making it clear, right?
Okay. What did it have to do with anything I just said?
Basically, that capitalism, right, is the
I think
free
you're not
market.
tracking what I'm saying. I genuinely think you're just not tracking what I'm saying.
No, I'm fully tracking what you're saying, right?
Then why aren't you responding or engaging with what I'm saying?
I'm engaging.
No, you're not,
Right,
because you're just completely
because your
responding to something
argument was that professional economists do not define communism how you would define communism, and I said, will you not regard Ayn Rand as a communist? And then you said that's appeal to authority, which is
Yeah.
kind of a bit of a like hypocritical stance, right? Considering what you said previously to that.
Yeah, because there are different variations of communists, and I said it is an appeal to authority because it's a single person. What communism is, not necessarily what communism actually is, based off what we see communism to be and how they define what communism to be as. An individual economist does not make the categorization for communism or capitalism, even if you subscribe to
Okay,
their
I would define a communism as a political system in which all property is owned collectively.
What?
Communism is a political system in which where all property is owned collectively.
That's also just not what communism is. Do you know what collective is? Collective, like that's not what
A group
communism
of people. Collective is a group of people.
Yeah, communism at its core would simply mean that there is no private property. Private property specifically referring to the either complete elimination or significant reduction in private property. Private property specifically referring to.
So there'd be no one who owns a toothbrush.
Private property specifically referring to the means of production, not necessarily privately owned households. You'd still privately own households. And
Can you give me the arbitrary distinction between?
Can you let me finish?
Property?
Can you let me finish?
Sure.
Yeah. So communism would simply be a society where individuals do not own private property. Private property specifically being in reference to the means of production, not necessarily one's owned house or objects that that they own. You still would own things. That doesn't mean things are owned by a collective. It just means that no individual, for the most part, is going to own a significant portion of a private property. So even in a free market, those free market companies are still not going to be considered private properties. They'd still be technically regulated by the state, even if they're given more freedom in how they're able to interpret their economic ideals and their production methods. So it looks like a free market from the outside, but it's not. We can colloquially call it a free market, but it'd still be communist and it'd still be private property. I mean, it'd still be public property.
I don't see the like I don't see or believe or like think there's a substantive argument to distinguish personal from private property. I think personal property is private property. Can you make me the argument that there's a distinction?
Yeah, because personal property is going to be something that that you own that only impacts you as an individual. Private property specifically refers to when we're talking about means of production that involves the exchange of goods and services. Obviously, you're not going to understand that distinction because you believe into the flawed and irrational capitalist ideals. So of course you're not going to want to
tell me what a computer is? Is a computer personal or private property?
Sorry, what? I didn't hear what you said.
Is a computer personal or private property?
It's going to depend on where that computer is used. But like a personal computer, like a laptop, would be considered personal property if it's owned by you. If it's something that's part of the workplace, then it would be considered private property in a capitalist
Let's say
society.
that you code in your bedroom, and people like your code, so they offer you resources for your code. Is that personal or private property?
Sorry, I didn't. What?
Let's say that you code in your bedroom.
Okay.
Right? And people like your code, so they offer you resources for you to code for them. Is that personal or private property?
Yeah, I would say the moment an exchange of goods is taking place for something that you've created, then it turns into it would be converting that personal property into private property.
Can you tell me how it converts? Can you tell me what the conversion process is?
Yeah, I already explained to you that it simply means the difference between personal and private property is one is personal to you and does not involve other people or an exchange of goods or services as private property does. So if you have personal property that you're going to be exchanging for goods in a scenario, then that would make that personal property then private property, no longer personal property. For example, if you own and live in a house, right, but you also own a bakery out of said house, that house would then be private property, no longer personal property. At least in area in that specific area of the house where the baked goods are produced and sold. I don't understand what's complicated about this. It's very straightforward.
I mean, but that's a arbitrary distinction, right? Like a trivially arbitrary.
You can just say anything's an arbitrary distinction. That doesn't fucking mean anything. I can just say it's arbitrary to say that black is different from white. Like, what the fuck?
No, it's not arbitrary, right? Because say black is different from white, there's a clear distinction between black and white based on
yeah, there's a clear distinction between. There's a clear distinction between something being goods and services and something being.
Please can I finish? Please can I finish? Because you said for the same thing. Right, that I didn't let you finish, so could we not be hypocritical?
I mean, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so black and white, you can distinguish between the rays that radiate from black and white, right? So, for example, with colors, although black and white are shades, not colors, technically speaking, they would still have a certain ray which determines the color. That's where there's such things such as color rays.
Yeah, so the thing that would determine the difference between personal and private property, like I stated numerous times before, is if that property is involved. Is if that property is involved in an exchange of goods or service. If it's not involved in exchange of goods or service, that is not being profited from for an individual use, then it would be personal property. That is a very clear distinction.
That's an arbitrary distinction.
Any distinction is an arbitrary distinction if you just want to say it's an arbitrary distinction, because I can just argue that the shade whenever white becomes black, whatever that distinction of gray happens, whether that's 20%, 30%, 40% gray, that is arbitrary. Like saying something's an arbitrary distinction is not that's not an argument. That's like fucking stupid.
But that has a fixed thing called a color wave, right? Do you know what color waves are?
Yes, I know what color waves are, but when we are distinguishing between, like, for example, if we're talking about not necessarily, but if we're talking about how colors work in waves, right? The distinction from yellow to green, when that green becomes yellow or that yellow becomes green, is going to be arbitrary. it's a non-argument to say it's arbitrary. Like that doesn't fucking mean anything.
It's not arbitrary because green is objectively green based on the color race. Yellow is objectively yellow based on the color race. The process of changing from yellow to green is because the color rays are changing, objectively speaking.
Yeah, that's not true because at what frequency of the light waves does that green become yellow, or does that yellow become green? Because what we do in society, we deem that frequency to be extremely arbitrary. Obviously, we know at a certain frequency it's green, we know at a certain frequency it's yellow, but as it's changing its frequency to be yellow, at what stage does it actually be considered yellow? We don't know. We don't have a set definition for that because it's fucking arbitrary. That being said,
we
do
have a
have
set definition for private property, right?
We do.
Which is mutually exclusive property.
Oh my fucking god.
Because
are we gonna get back to transgender, or are we just gonna talk
because
about
this guy's
private
like
by
so fucking
definition
lost. This guy's like so
because
we're so far in the
because like
weeds about
private
this stuff.
because private by definition means mutually exclusive.
Yeah, therefore trans people shouldn't have access. Where are we getting to the point where like you say anything about transgender individuals?
I think transgender individuals should do what they want as long as they do not harm another individual. I'm a very
So we
consistent
don't
libertarian.
even like fucking disagree about it.
I mean, I came up to disagree about healthcare as a human right, right?
Oh, well, yeah. So like, but you wouldn't. Okay. Well.
But I would, and I did posit to start with that if healthcare was deemed a human right, or like if I did deem healthcare a human right, I'd agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's insane that you can't track the difference between private and personal property when they're very distinct differences between
Private
them.
property is just
I
like
genuinely
private
think it's
property.
unable to track.
Like okay, what does private mean? Just private. The word private.
What?
What does the word private mean?
Private when you're talking like private's an adjective. So just to clarify, private can mean different things in different contexts. When you're talking about private property, it's simply private property that's owned to an individual or a group of individuals specifically for market use.
I mean, but what's the state of affairs? That makes that the correct definition.
The state of affairs? You mean the context is being used in the context is being
No,
used
state
in
of affairs. The particular plus property slash relation, right?
You're just like mumbling. I can't fucking hear you.
The particular plus property slash relation.
The property slash relation, is that what you said?
Yeah, like the particular plus the property slash relation. And relation is a property, yes. Before you say that.
The particular would be the fact that we're referencing communism, the relation being the property and aspects of the free market and communism. So yes, this is like what you're just like.
So you're arguing within communism, not within the objective framework, right?
Do you think communism is objective?
No, but basically,
exactly.
Like the definition of private, I don't get how you define private on its own because private property is called private property because it's a mix of the words of private and property, right? And private and property have quite well accepted definitions. Can you individually define private and property to match what you say?
Yeah, so when you're combining adjectives to things, it can change like significantly the value of the noun. It doesn't change the noun. Property is always going to be property, which is an item that or an item or thing that is of belonging to another individual or persons, right?
I would say that private is going to always be private.
The context is going to matter. Because definitions are generally context dependent. And when we're talking about economics, private property is always going to be in reference to, even in our current society, private property is in reference. Sorry. Private property is in reference to privately owned items that are that had value within the economic market that we participate in. That's always been what private property means. The fact that you just don't subscribe to that definition, I don't know what to tell you, but like that's always what private property has meant.
So
And that's
that's
what
a objective
we evolve.
definition of private property.
I'm not saying it's subjective. I'm saying that's what it has meant, and when we're
But
talking
that's
about
what you're saying it
economics,
always
that's-
means. Right, and I just don't
I'm
see
saying that's what it has always. That doesn't mean it
reason
that
that's
doesn't-
what it always means, right?
Again, that doesn't mean it's objective. That means that has been the agreed upon subjective definition of subjective meaning and use of private property. That doesn't mean it's objective. That's just the agreed upon meaning of the word.
Like,
Even
it's
if I
like
were
that
to
would
grant
be
that that's
some
true,
within
even if I was
society.
like basically, even if I was to grant that as true, that would be a ad populum fallacy.
It would be a what?
Even if I was to grant a ad populum fallacy.
I don't.
What is
think
an ad
that-
populum fallacy? Because I don't think you know what an ad
Appeal to
populum fallacy is.
popularity. Appeal to popularity.
Yeah, that wouldn't be an ad populum fallacy, especially when I already gave you the distinction. And
So
I
this
gave
is
you
the
my
popular definition, therefore this
We're
is the
not saying that
definition.
there-
I don't
there's
grant that
no
as true.
possible-
That's
hold on.
that's not what I said.
Yeah,
That's
she's-
not what I said at all.
She's not saying that there's like no possible way that there couldn't be any other popular or like any other definition, but this is like a semantically useful way to refer to it.
Exactly. Like I never said that this is the only definition. I'm just saying this is the definition that's most commonly used, and that's one of the reasons why I should subscribe to it. But we should also subscribe to it because of the fact that it just makes significantly more logical sense in how we're talking about economics, and it has for an extended period of time.
I
The
mean,
fact
it
that you
doesn't,
don't agree
right?
with that, the fact that you don't agree with that is on you, I guess, and you can just have a weird, twisted view of economics that no one else. is
Okay,
gonna
you
agree
made a
on.
claim. You made a claim. You need to substantiate the claim, not
What
me
claim
having
did I
to
make?
disprove the claim.
What claim did I make?
That the way you define private property is a claim. You claim private property is defined that way.
Oh my god! I literally said multiple times it's subjective.
Oh, we're not trying to prescribe. We're trying to describe.
Like what the fuck? You're genuinely not tracking. Like I think you think you know how philosophy works, and you're trying to use the rhetoric that's associated with it, but you're just like completely failing.
I mean, the dictionary definition, right, of private property of private.
That would just be an appeal to definition fallacy. Like, what the
Okay,
fuck?
so you did a ad populum fallacy, which you kind
Well,
of
no,
just
but you're saying that
circumvented, right?
it's not in the dictionary, therefore your definition's wrong. That is an appeal to definition.
Yeah, so
fallacy.
I didn't tell
Mama's
you.
not
But
saying
that's
that-
not what
that-
I did, right? That's not what I did. I said even if we were to go to that definition, because I don't take that definition, right? But I said even if we were to go to the definition, which means I don't personally fully
Do you
agree with that
the
definition.
the difference between private and public are like subjective in nature?
Public means in relation to the government.
Yeah, but do you agree that these definitions are going to be somewhat subjective in nature?
What do you mean by subjective?
Yeah, like they're dependent on the mind.
What?
There's not something that we can objectively. So like with sex, we can objectively.
So is
point to-
linguistics dependent on? So are you arguing if linguistics are dependent on the mind?
Yeah,
They-
which
they are.
Then yes, I agree.
Yeah, so
we know.
Okay, yeah, then yes,
so
I agree.
you're just trying to make like a appeal, like you're trying to talk about like a objective definition for something that like inherently is subjective in nature, which is like just fallacious in many different ways.
Not really. I mean, I'm not
Whoa,
trying to
it's
make an
not.
objective definition. I'm just trying to
You
prove
are.
that the definition
You have
which
more-
basically
The
MC is trying to
definition-
say
the
has no
definition-
possible way to be true.
So wait, how can anything that's subjective not possibly be true? You could say it's not true in your mind, but that doesn't actually apply to anybody else.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything if that subjective. A subjective definition of linguistics isn't true. That's just like
like within
Because private
linguistics-
property is private plus property. So how do you define private, MC?
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna go
This
Just
guy
purely the word
sleep
private.
tonight.
Just like purely the word private.
Yeah,
Is it
he's
a bit
unable
of
to track how
like,
linguistics
are
work.
you saying that it's a bit of like a contradiction in the sense of like the private and property or public property seems like a bit of a contradiction? Because like yeah, there's like it seems a bit off that the group of everybody could own something. It's kind of weird, but like it's not like
I mean, public property is like public property is a contradiction.
Yeah, I would consider that public is like an entity in itself, that owns things at that sense, in the sense that like
Yeah, I would.
anything that belongs to the public is owned by this public entity that's like imaginary. That's like the best way to view
Yeah.
it. It's not
Okay,
something
but
that
like you
owns
agreed.
it.
Okay,
On
2
my,
seconds.
my hold on,
Okay, 2
just for
seconds, please, because
context.
I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something. Property, which weird you defined, is the exclusive authority of a specific person or group to control a resource. That's how you defined it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I don't really have a
Right.
problem with that definition.
Cool. So, property rights exist to solve conflicts over scarce resources. So, let's go to Crusoe and Friday. There's a stick on an island, and Crusoe finds a stick. Crusoe likes that stick and decides, you know what, I own that stick now because he's the first comer. It's the first common principle, right? Now, Friday decides to try and wrestle that stick off of him. Property rights are there to determine who has the rightful ownership of the stick.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like just deeply like into politics at this point. Like, of,
Cool.
like how we.
So the problem with public property, which means everyone owns it, right? Do you agree public property means everyone owns it?
Not necessarily. So the thing is, when you're talking about private, public, and personal property, you have to acknowledge that in linguistics, words are going to have a different meaning based off the context you're used in. That's just like well known about semantics. When we're talking about economics specifically, the words private property do have a different meaning than meanings outside of that field. So it's just like it's kind of disingenuous to say that they have to mean the same thing consistently. That's like words are generally context dependent. That being said, I'll fully acknowledge that I'm a contextual utilitarian, meaning that I believe that everything in philosophy and morality is going to be but based off the most utility and function of something, as well as the context of that thing. And I think that's generally how like, society tends to function.
How do you define utility?
The benefit and function it can provide. What?
But like, how do you actually determine what utility is?
I just explained to you it's the benefit and
But that's
function.
not how you determine what utility is, right? So how do you know which one causes?
Are you
more
asking how we
utility?
determine the utility of a specific thing? That's going to be dependent on that thing, but that's not what we're talking about. We're specifically talking
Because you
about.
agree that humans are subjective,
We're
right?
specifically talking about the context of the language, and the definitions that we're using before, not necessarily my moral view on utilitarianism.
Of course, but you mentioned utilitarianism, right? And I'm just asking you,
utilitarianism is
how
the
do we
context of
determine
mindfulness
what is the thing that is utility maximization?
Yeah, so I would just say that you're pivoting right now, because I just gave you a context as to my motivator for how I'm defining these terms. That is not an excuse for you to pivot into trying to
So
break
if I
down.
just draw your foundation,
So it's not an excuse.
if I
It's
draw your
can you stop interrupting me? It's not an excuse to pivot for you to try to break down my moral and ethical and philosophical standpoint of utilitarian contextualism. So what it absolutely is a pivot because they're still
can you
trying to
explain how it's a
determine.
pivot?
Can you stop interrupting me? Holy fuck! Right? Because they're still trying to determine why or if at any point at all, if these words have a different meaning when talking about them specifically in reference to economic and political theory, which they do.
Wait, and I'm confused on how.
Foundation for your definitions is utilitarianism, right?
No,
Wait,
it's not.
I'm asking.
Then why'd you bring up utilitarianism?
Why were we even down this rabbit hole in the first place? The idea that like thing is that healthcare is a human right is a purely philosophical idea. It's not political.
It's a very political idea.
No, politics come down to how we interact with morals and like how we basically get moral. You know, like if we all agree that something is morally right, politics are in here to say like, how do we get this done? But philosophy deals with what is right and what is wrong. I think it's right that all individuals should have access.
It is inherently political, right? Because rights create an enforceable obligation. That's what a right is, an enforceable obligation.
Yeah, but like if you're saying that there's problems with enforcing this under like X, Y, or Z, that's fine, but that doesn't actually undermine the very idea
And
that this is what something
like,
that we should
and
work
in the
towards.
enforcement, that is, and basically in the enforcement, per your definition, that is politics.
Well, yeah, but like enforcement, I don't really care about enforcement. I don't. This is why I don't get into politics, because I think they're kind of silly. It's not my area of expertise. You're not actually arguing that people shouldn't have the right to healthcare. You're just saying that there's problems with like enforcing that, and that's like kind of just not an argument to to why people shouldn't have healthcare.
No,
as a
because
right.
in the definition of rights, which like you agreed to just now, that rights are enforceable obligations.
They're outward facing claims. They're just claims. When you get into enforcing them, that's politics.
And what does ought mean?
Yeah, it's something that you should do. It's a moral claim.
So a obligation.
To some extent, obligations are like a specific type of claim, or like, I think obligations are like.
Well, I'll just argue it's a moral and ethical obligation, not necessarily a legal requirement.
Yeah, so it's like an obligation is something that like a person is morally bound to.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's enforced or required.
Like you have an obligation to.
What does enforceable mean, though?
Yeah, that means like having a means of like correcting, undesired behavior. So like those who go against morals. That's like enforcement. That's deeply into the field.
That's not what enforceable means. That's not what enforceable means.
Well, that's what I would take it. Like if we're gonna enforce something, we're gonna have a means of like providing a correction to like undesired behaviors and things.
So the etymology of enforceable comes from enforce plus able or able.
Yeah.
So basically, enforceable is an adjective which basically means capable of being enforced, which basically means that the best way to pronounce it is to enforce, is to bring into effect something.
I don't think he's able to track conversations in philosophy. Like deadass. I don't know if this conversation is having.
Yeah, this is like my whole thing that I just realized that like I simply don't care about politics. It's not the field of philosophy. To say that politics is an argument against a philosophical argument is silly. That's like saying that biology has rule over like sociology. It's silly. It's a different area.
Everything is philosophical, right? Everything is philosophical, right?
Well, sorta, but like not when we're talking about like morals. Morals are deeply a philosophical issue. Like it's deeply within the field of philosophy. I don't see how there's much of like there might be some overlap.
So you make a normative claim.
Yeah, like this is just like
So people ought to have healthcare. Others ought to ensure they receive it.
Yeah, it's people ought to have healthcare.
And ought is a should.
Yeah, and the ways, yeah, it should. I'm not saying anything about how we actually get about this.
Yeah, basically, so when we're talking about philosophy, when we're talking about moral philosophy in this context, we're not talking about like how we're not talking about how we're gonna apply this. We're talking about what we should and shouldn't do, not what we can and will do.
Can you give me the theory, theory of reality distinction?
Oh, God. What is the context of this? How does it relate?
Because philosophy is theory, right?
Okay, how does this relate to the current
Yeah, there is actually some like deductive natures of philosophy too. It's not just theory. It's like mathematics. There are mathematical theories, but there's also like deductive proofs within mathematics.
It's also a matter of like, I don't know what that specific theory has to do with the context of the conversation we're having. That's like if we're talking about like fucking geometry and you're like, hey, actually, what is the theory of what is the chemical equation for fucking DNA, or like, what is DNA made out of? Like, what that holds no contextual relevancy to the conversation we're having. Yes, it's a field of science, but it doesn't hold contextual relevancy.
Okay, fine. Let me make this clear. Reality is primacy to the mind, right?
Why are we talking metaphysics though? Like, that has
Because
nothing.
for you to, because we're talking about philosophy. Philosophy starts from metaphysics.
Philosophy is not all about metaphysics or metaethics. Like what the fuck?
When did any
It
of us
starts
bring
from
up
metaphysics, though, right?
metaphysics?
Like you hear philosophy and you think metaphysics or metaphysics like that, like, or metaphilosophy, like that. That's not what we're talking about.
I mean,
Like I think
but
you're
then
trying to
philosophy
like
starts from
narrow down.
metaphysics.
I think you're trying to narrow down philosophy into like a tiny little box that you think you can just like debate. But even if it was the case that philosophy is mostly about metaethics, which it's not.
That's not what. That's straw man.
It's not a straw man at all.
I said it starts from metaphysics. I didn't say it's mainly about metaphysics.
Yeah, but my point is, like, even if that's what we're talking about, it still wouldn't really be like, or even if that was what philosophy is about, that's not what we're specifically talking about in the field of philosophy. So it genuinely just holds no relevancy. Like, that's like, again, and I'll go into this again. That's like us talking about human healthcare, right? We can be talking about what we should do when someone breaks their bone. And then you're talking about, well, what about their genome sequence? Because that's where
That's a complete non sequitur.
That's not relevant to the conversation we're having.
Well, yeah, this is the why. Wait, hold on. But this is the reason why you like your argument's just non sequitur.
You're just copying my word, right?
Well, no.
But like, that's the thing.
We're giving you an example of why you're making a silly blunder. You recognize that it's a silly blunder, and then you're sitting here saying, "No, I still like my point." It's like,
What's my silly blunder? What's my silly blunder?
What the?
You
Yeah,
said I
I
made a
genuinely
silly
don't
blunder, so
think
what
you
is
can
it?
look back like the conversation, like that ass.
That's not an argument. So can you tell me my silly blunder, please?
Yeah, I
We
mean,
already
silly
said it multiple
blunder
times.
was thinking that there's anything beyond a moral debate happening of what we should do, and that morals are purely in the field of philosophy.
So when I mentioned negative and positive rights to start with,
yeah, this is philosophy.
And you didn't object to that, right? So when I was mentioning in negative and positive rights, which you didn't object to start with, right?
Those are in the field of philosophy.
You never objected.
Still, like that's still.
Those are still.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
rights are outward-facing claims that you can have philosophical ideas in other fields of study, like economics and politics. Like, I think you'd be crazy to say that we don't have rights within the fields of politics.
But then if a theory can't be applied to reality, it should be thrown out, right? If it's not corresponding to reality, it should be thrown out.
I don't care at that point. Like,
Because reality is primacy to the human.
Yeah, so how would
is reality primacy to the human?
So how is it logically impossible for it to be applied to society?
How is what logically impossible?
How is everybody having the right to healthcare, impossible to apply to society? What's the P and not P?
That wasn't my argument.
I
follow my argument.
Yeah, so I'm asking you for philosophical grounding for this.
For what?
For your claim that this can't be applied within a society. Unless if you don't claim that.
No, that wasn't my claim. My claim was basically my claim was like very simple, that a true theory must correspond to reality. If it doesn't work in reality, it's not a valid theory.
Yeah, but that just doesn't negate the point then. So are you saying that?
So basically.
Yeah. So
and that's shifting the burden of proof, because.
It's not shifting the burden to proof.
You're saying that it can.
Yeah, I don't have to. If you want to claim, I don't find any logical problems with saying that it's possible. It would be like upon you if you wanted to say otherwise.
Cool. So basically, universal healthcare is impossible to sustain over a long period of time due to the economic calculation problem.
Oh my god.
Huh? Yeah, but like this is how is but don't we have like direct contradictory evidence to this that like we have countries with universal healthcare?
Yes,
No,
we do.
because here's the
They
thing,
know
right?
it.
You're talking about it in a vacuum. The whole reason why they can have quote unquote universal healthcare is because they have a free market in other areas.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if the market is free or not, right? That's irrelevant to whether this should be happening. The state of the politics of that nation is irrelevant to healthcare being right or not.
Yeah, we're just claiming that this should be the case. If you say that this can't happen, I don't really care. It still should be the case.
I mean, and my counterexample still stands valid.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
No,
because
it's not a reason why we shouldn't
okay,
do this.
okay, can I finish my point?
Even if something is impossible, that doesn't mean that we still shouldn't like accept this moral framework. Like
So if something is impossible, we should accept it.
Like to some extent, like there's like just because we don't have evidence now of it being possible doesn't mean it's like impossible in the future. It's possible that we have other frameworks that come up that allow this to happen, correct?
I think it'd also just like intrinsically be logically possible for this to happen, considering that there are other universal
It
healthcare.
seems like a bit of a category error to be like saying like talking about like politics in the field of morals. Like this is just not it's a different category. You can't compare them.
I mean, politics is a subset of or law, which is obviously politics or variation. I don't define politics as politics. I define politics as law, and law is a derivation from philosophy.
There's aspects of philosophy and law, but that doesn't mean that law is a part of philosophy. Law is its own field
But
of
like,
study.
I would say
but like
philosophy.
law
is
is what one
not
ought to
law.
do, and what
I think
one
it's
ought
more,
not
I
to
think
do
it's
in
more accurate to
society.
say that. I think it's significantly more accurate to say that philosophy is a lot part of law rather than law being a part of philosophy.
Yeah. That would be much
But
more accurate to say because like it's like
to make a
how
lawful claim is to make a
science
moral claim, though, right?
uses aspects of logic from mathematics and philosophy, but they're not derivatives of philosophy or mathematics. It is just using different parts of it, and like there's aspects to science that are using like abductive, inductive, and deductive arguments, but like that doesn't mean that like it's a subset of these. Science, like empirical studies, is a completely different field of study.
Like, okay, I can give you an argument for that. Okay, law is a normative standard. That is to say that law is a evaluated legal theory which identifies a group of criminals and a group of non-criminals with reference to a norm.
Law is going about like enforcing a moral claim.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
it's
about
a
the moral claim itself.
yeah.
It's about pure.
Yeah, but
it's
but
enforcing purely.
but I would
the
make it
moral
a
claim.
subset of ethics, which is philosophy.
Well, it's using ethics. It's not subset of ethics.
Yeah, it's not a subject of ethics. It just uses ethics and philosophy.
Like how science uses
Can you
mathematics and.
can you tell me what subset means?
Yeah, it's not like subset is like a category, like subcategory. So like if
Yeah.
it's talking about being.
So
a part of, like,
basically,
different
does
category
a
it's
does law say what you ought and ought not do?
no, it says how we go about enforcing oughts and ought nots.
I would say it does say what we ought to not do in a society, but it also goes about enforcement. So the enforcement of said law is not like a subset of philosophy. That's why we can say intrinsically that philosophy is used in law in determining what laws are just and unjust. but the enforcement of those laws would be a completely separate conversation to be had generally. So yes, law is not a subset of philosophy, but philosophy is used in fact in law.
Yeah, but then does law distinguish between a group of criminals and non-criminals?
This, like, why are you even pivoting this fucking hard in the first place?
I'm not really
Cry
pivoting at all,
myself
right?
to sleep
You are.
tonight. Why
Can you
is
explain
this
how
still going
like
on?
how I pivoted?
You pivoted so egregiously far. It's fucking insane.
Like, I
Like
entertained
if
the
you think
conversation
okay, so
for
like
a bit.
unironically, if you think you haven't pivoted, you're like low key delusional.
Yeah, we were
Okay, can you
talking
just
about
show me how I
morals.
pivoted?
Yeah, so we were talking
Okay,
about
can you show me
morals
how I pivoted?
initially. Yeah, so we were talking about morals initially, and then you pivoted to politics. And politics
Right.
have so I would say that politics have no
Right. So when I
bearing
said
on
negative and
morals.
positive rights, right? When I said negative,
Yeah, those are still part of
because
philosophy.
yeah, right. So basically, my first claim, right? Let me get back to my first claim, trying to remember exactly what it was, because I want to be
Yeah, you pivoted so hard you don't even remember what
clever.
your fucking first claim was.
Yeah, the problem was is that
We had a long conversation. I'm trying to remember it word for word.
The problem
Right.
about it was is that
So
you
basically,
went
I
from
was saying
talking
that a
about
right is a enforceable obligation. You say that law is about enforcement. And we're talking about philosophy. So when I defined rights as a enforceable obligation, you didn't have a to start with, right?
Yeah, so like I was entertaining it for a bit, but like enforcement, it doesn't matter if something's enforceable or not.
So I already
It
set
doesn't
the
have
precedent for the conversation when I said that, right? Because if you say that law is about enforcement, I
Well,
already
yeah,
set
but
the
like,
precedent
do you
for the
agree that
conversation.
like what we ought to do is different than enforceability?
And I mean, what we ought to do.
Yeah,
must
just
be
because
enforceable, right?
something is impossible, like if it's possible or not possible, it has
Like
no
law
bearing
doesn't
of what
say
we ought to
everything
do.
we ought and ought not do. It just tells you what is prohibited and permitted in accordance to social.
Yeah, so it doesn't have bearing of what we
ideals.
ought and ought not do. Correct. Congratulations, you've admitted that this is not.
No,
this
it
is a
does have
problematic
bearing, right?
conversation.
Because it's a normative standard. It's a normative standard.
Yeah, but I don't. So
Who's
if
the
a
one
law
making that
says
noise?
it's Mama. Mama, I'm gonna mute you for a
No,
second.
it's not me. It's me.
Okay.
I don't know why you're blaming me. What the fuck did I do?
Sorry, I saw your little thing going, and I know that you have background noise, so I muted Stick. Sorry, my bad. I apologize. Don't scream at me. No, yeah, but like you agree that
I'm never talking to you.
you agree that if a law says something is right or wrong, that doesn't mean that it's right or wrong, correct?
It says what's right or wrong in accordance to rights.
Yeah,
so
like
basically,
it
law
doesn't
is not
matter.
standard, which is what I said, because
I don't care what a law
because
says.
legal
What a law
theory
says has
identifies a group
nothing.
of criminal and a group of non-criminals. Can I finish? A
Yeah,
group of
but
criminals and non-criminals with reference to a norm.
y-
Right. So,
we
for example,
agree.
like one thing which we'll agree on is that there are normative questions that law doesn't cover.
We agree
Right.
though that laws
But law
don't
is a
dictate morals. Morals dictate laws.
like
Laws
laws
do
not
not dictate
exist.
morals. That's the way
Like
this
law
goes.
deals with justice, right? Like morals do dictate laws.
Yeah, but laws do not dictate morals. I don't care what a law says. If it's morally wrong, it's still morally wrong. That's why the appeal to
But
legality
like when it's a set
exists.
of law, right? But that's still in with the idea of law. It doesn't matter if it's moral or not moral. It matters just if it is seen as moral or not moral by the people who set the law.
I'm a moral realist, so I actually don't give a shit about what other people think. Yeah, so I really don't care what they think. If slavery is wrong, because it's always wrong. It's a violation of the individual's freedom and well-being.
Well, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree.
Wait, what?
Like I agree with you, Hosta.
Wait, how do you disagree, Mama?
Oh, wait, what would you say?
Yeah, like slavery's always wrong because it's a violation of freedom and well-being. Like I could
Yeah, I
get on the rights
disagree.
of freedom and well-being. Oh my god. Grr. I'm gonna send. You'll have No, not
Well,
that
yeah,
guy.
because like AI, for
Not that
example,
guy.
I would say AI.
You'll have this guy at
People
your
would,
front door.
yeah, I would say
Walker.
people would say AI. Obviously, AI would be into slavery, and I wouldn't say that's inherently morally impermissible.
Oh, I don't actually hold that AIs are currently agents, so I don't give a shit about their freedom of well-being. They don't count as
Oh.
under the conditions that are like they don't meet the necessary conditions to be given freedom of well-being.
I do. Okay.
Yeah, because like I don't think that they have they're not making like we don't have evidence that they're conscious beings that are like able to make like there's some like distinct things that like consciousness requires, and one of them is like having like an like self-referential ability.
Yeah, my response to that would just be "fuck you."
Folded like a chair, right onto the personal attacks.
Anyways, continue with your debate that Ace is unable to track because I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of tired of his misunderstanding on how like philosophy works as a whole. Because like what the fuck, like genuinely we're so out of fucking what we're talking about because you're pivoting so fucking hard.
I was debating on plugging my
potential.
Ethernet cable just to give an excuse to run.
I swear I've seen this Ace guy go up against Corrupt before.
Well,
Possibly, no one's ever beat me in a debate.
No, I mean on your own live, I swear he did this shit because he was overly pretentious, kept acting like he was smart by trying to enforce words that make him seem like he has a higher intellect, and then would still often mess up on the most basic of shit.
I mean, that's what most Phil bros do when they talk to me because like people just can't debate me generally.
You haven't really substantiated any claim, and I haven't pivoted because I started the debate by defining a right as an enforceable norm, and Stoic simply said, or I'll include Stoic because or Stoatsky.
It's Stoat.
Simply said
it's this magnificent critter. It's
fair
a
enough,
type of weasel.
Stoatsky. It's cute. It is cute.
Yeah, they're adorable. I know.
But-
The murderous little bastards though too. So yeah, Cupid murders. Mild nature.
I mean, there's a lot of cute things that murder.
Yeah.
But as Nietzsche said, morals have a aesthetic standard. I don't agree with that, but I wanted to say that.
Stoatsky. I think I'm just gonna move on. Thanks for coming up. At least you're respectful, and I appreciate that. So thanks for the good conversation.
I think being respectful to people is important. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, I hope you have a good rest of the day. Bye.
I'm making pizza without y'all.
Fuck you, man. No.
Oh wow. Pepperoni pizza, just adding the mozzarella and the pepperoni, and I'll be ready to cook.
What does it show like when I'm on my Discord? Does it actually correctly update? Or does it? I don't know. Yeah, he's gone now. We went on for like an hour and a half about politics, which is just a.
Yeah, I disappeared. And then I came in a couple times and saw that guy, but I barely heard out. So I just kept scrolling and stuff while talking to someone else. So I didn't want to be reading that and be speaking on both things at once. And yeah.
This was having issues launching on.
Let's put it on 2.
Before. Looks like it's working so far. I love
25-ish.
Linux. Linux is so great. It's not problematic at all. It's only just fun and upsides now.
I have basically no experience with Linux. The only experience I have with Linux is when I was helping refurbish PCs and that by shredding the data on them first before completely resetting the OS on them and everything. To be fair, this was the same place where I was scrapping electronics and stuff in order to
It's got much better over the years, but it's like it's still like it's a lot of it is like a lot of it can be kind of finicky. Everything works fine sometimes until it doesn't, and getting around these issues sometimes are problematic.
This is why I don't use Linux, except I mean I don't like Microsoft just because you can't uninstall Edge on Windows 11, and the amount of bloatware and shit it gives you is insane.
I think I'm gonna end stream here though.
Wow, so you're just gonna abandon me as soon as I turn up again?
Yeah, it's been 4 hours, so
Well, damn, just tell me you hate me to my face then.
yeah, fuck you, Solid. No.
Damn, I guess I'll leave then. I guess I won't be your moderator anymore.
What are you gonna delete your account? How are you gonna remove your moderator ability?
You know you can remove your moderator in your own account settings, right?
Oh really?
You can remove yourself as moderator from anyone's channel you want. Yeah. I can't remember how, but I know there's a way to do it.
That's a new one. I didn't know that.
So even if the person doesn't know, you can remove yourself as moderator. You can remove yourself as moderator without them knowing. I mean, it'd be kind of unfair to force people to stay moderator if they don't want to be a moderator.
Yeah.
Because then they get spammed with more notifications for certain
That's true.
streams and stuff. So
I guess in Discord, like you can't do that though. Like you can't remove a role from yourself. So like that's the reason why, I guess.
yeah.
Palm, were you playing City Skylines or what were
But to
you?
be fair, you can always just. I mean, realistically, you could always create an invite, leave, and then join through your own invite, and that would wipe your roles.
What country did they ban cars in?
Oh, basically, POM is running their own country. Basically,
Oh.
POM were trying to look for a game, and they just said a game where you could be a country and you had to run your country and take over other countries. That's not very descriptive, of course. So I'm here questioning, like, is it modern? Is it medieval, etc., etc.? Is it set World War I, World War II? Figured out, even though the first one I suggested was Hearts of Iron 4, found out after a few questions it was indeed Hearts of Iron 4, a classic. That game is so hard. POM doesn't have a PC, can't play, so basically has like a mobile version essentially. And now POM's running the country and it's crashing, apparently. But to be honest, those games are never the easiest, especially when just starting out, because you have to learn the layout of each individual one.
Got it. I just removed all my
Yep,
subscriptions from City Skylines because I was gonna play some City Skylines here. Where am I gonna throw this? This goes on the pile of.
I've never played City Skylines.
It's fun, but it's also not.
I've never played City Skylines. Is it any good?
It is just traffic management simulator at some point, though. That's what it becomes at some point.
Fair.
Is just fucking managing your goddamn fuck
See,
traffic, man. Just
I-
fuck it all. Like just ban cars. It's the best thing you can
Mhm.
do. Just rely on
I need
public
to get-
transport. It's the only way you can get rid
Yeah.
of fucking cars.
I need to get back in the flow of Hearts of Iron 4 because I've not even got that many hours on it, but I've played many games like it, and then I came up against Hearts of Iron 4 after buying it on sale with some of the DLCs and stuff on Steam, and then it's like, oh shit, this one has a lot more. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm used to complex mechanics,
Yeah.
but holy shit, there is so much in Hearts of Iron 4 that you can do that if you do not pause your day. So if you're in an online one, it's insane. You have to memorize the keybinds, else you will be so much slower than the other players. You'll get caught up.
Holy fucking shit.
So
Hearts and Iron
I'm just doing
4
so, and
Ultimate
it's like
Bundle.
I'm not learning the keybinds.
Holy shit, $170.
Yeah, I got the Hearts of Iron Ultimate Bundle for like. Hey, I got that bundle for like £15, so like $20.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it's
Yeah, it
always
was on
that
an
expensive.
insane sale when I snagged it.
Yeah, like it's Hearts of
Yeah,
Iron 4
no,
being $50
they do get.
is
I mean,
fine,
Hearts of Iron.
but
It's not. Yeah, it's not that bundle itself. It's the DLCs individually that get sold more often than that bundle. But that bundle just so happened to be on a really good sale, like extreme, like 95+% off at the time I bought it, and it was like a 3-day sale. And I was like, shit, do I have the money for it? And I was like, fuck it, I get paid in a couple days. May have overspent a little, but I got paid a couple days later. Everything worked out.
yippee! Alright, well, I'm gonna end stream. Thanks everybody for coming. Thanks everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wow.
Bye.
Fuck you then, Stoke.
Well, I'm sorry that you decided to leave. It's not my fault. No.